Good morning, everybody, and happy Monday to each and every one of you, and welcome to part 5 of Disco Elysium, this crazy game that we're all having such a good time playing. I can't wait to get back into this thing. If you missed our last episode, we finally got the body down from the tree. Then we put our hand in the mouth, and we found a bullet in the brain, and the plot thickened. It was gross. But we got it done, and we now need to move on to try and solve this mystery. Was he really murdered by the Union thugs called the Hardy Boys? Or is there another explanation? Good to see all of the members and regulars in the chat today. Alt Grendel, MeWe, Deuteronomus, Julian Z rocking that gold derby, Amy Hudson, Rachel, Tony J, Jan C, Slatty Bardfast, Dennis Mickelson, Sarah R, Mr. Truth, Buff Kennex, Glenn McCarthy, William T. McRobb, Knight Paladin, Eleanor Quintayus with a silver derby, gonna be gold soon, thank you. Dennis, I said Dennis, 200 Angel, Jessica Sharp, Alt Grendel, Milosh, Clell Biggs, Mr. Truth, and it's good to see everybody on Facebook today. I am streaming live on Facebook, and my account does have access to your Facebook stars, and so I do appreciate all of your stars and well wishes on Facebook. Good to see Vince, Matthew, and Andrea on Facebook today. But you know what I'm most excited about? This giant cup of coffee. Oh. Well, sorry that I didn't have a lore video for the weekend. I know that many people were disappointed, and I share your disappointment. But the past several weeks have been very difficult for me in terms of just organizing my schedule with school coming up for the kids and preparing our household for distance learning and finding someone who can be here in the home to teach the children and help them with their online classes while I'm still trying to work. So it's just been a very difficult process trying to get everything organized. And I think I'm finally getting to the end of it, which means I'm hoping to have a lore video for the weekend. We'll see. Douglas Delegard says, hello, Oxhorn, there and all. Hello there, Douglas Delegard. So good to have you on the program. And it's good to see Daryl, Jordan, Zach, and Matthew on Facebook today. How is everyone, says Zach? Everyone is doing just fine. Today, I'm having a brick house. She's a brick house. And this is a larger gauge than usual. I think I smoked one of these last week. And it's because I messed up on my cigar order. I ordered a good replacement batch of cigars before I ran out, but I put in the wrong address. I put in the address of a home I used to live at a while ago, and I didn't realize it until a few days after I made the order. So I frantically contacted UPS, or was it FedEx? I forget. Or whatever it was. I frantically contacted UPS and had them change the address. But even though I got the address changed, my parcel containing my cigarettes that I got for about $1 a stick has been sitting at their distribution center for 5 days. I called again. I said, look, the box is still sitting at your distribution center. Could you please? And they're like, oh, we'll do it in our good time. So my cigars are held up somewhere in some distribution center. And so I've been forced to go to the local cigar shop where I pay much more than $1 a stick. But I'm the plus side is that I get to explore brands that I don't typically explore, like Brickhouse, this larger gauge cigar. And I've really been enjoying it. I think it's become one of my new favorites. When I went back to the shop over the weekend, I got probably 10 or so of these large gauge Brickhouse cigars, which have been very nice. Douglas Delegard says, shout out to all of you wonderful people. Big shout out back at you, Douglas Delegard. Ian says, geez, this is a family show, buddy. Watch where you swing that. What? There we go. Back into Martinez. That's right, when we left off, we had that nice conversation with this crazy lady. Actually, we were the crazy ones, asking her about her husband. I'm surprised she didn't slap us. And we're missing Kim. Kim had to go back to the station. Who's this guy? Who are these guys? Authority. There! Working class drunk. You know what this means, right? Case solved! Who's Dick Mullen now? I am, we can say. Crack Dick. All in a good day's work. Wait, what did I do exactly? What did I crack exactly? Or open and shut? I don't even need to think about this anymore. Goodbye, finished thought. Let's say, wait, what did I crack exactly? Brett Bus says, hey, Oxhorn, good morning. I hope Kuno doesn't crap a pig this stream. I'm ready for more funny and strange events from Disco Elysium. So am I. Those kids. Oh, my gosh. Oh, those kids. What do you mean? What did I crack? Look at how this working class drunk is. Look at how working class this drunk is. It's her husband! The missing husband, we can say. No. Oh, I'm such a bad cop. It's the future leader of a proletariat uprising. It's some third option. I gotta find out if we can do something with her husband. Yes, and you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman. Protect and serve, recruit. This doesn't add up. I'm only making a fool of myself for. Give me champagne. I'm going in. There's no need for champagne when there's honor, recruit. Go and tell the working class woman what you found right now. Oh, let's go tell the working class woman that we found that we found her husband. Douglas Delegard says, did you ever check out the game I mentioned, Beware? I have it up in a tab, and I'm going to be browsing through all of those recommendations forthcoming. Protect and serve, madam. I found your husband, we can say. And she crosses her arms. Doggone it, I already told you, my husband isn't missing. We can say, but you said you didn't know where he was. Or, well, I found him nevertheless. I'm Dick Mullen. And she says, very well then, where is he? She gets impatient, her hands now picking on random book covers. There, and we can point to the working class drunk. Down near the sea, right around the corner. He has pissed himself, we can say. Or our hammer-toting comrade was at the bottom of those stairs. Hammer-toting comrade? Oh, I guess I could talk with more of these guys scattered around. Let's point to the working class drunk. Excuse me, she blinks. I don't follow. There's something else hiding in her voice, though. A trace of worry. I found a working class drunk, and I thought he might be yours. And she goes, right, because working class women come with alcoholic husbands. She glances over your shoulder towards the drunk. You know what? I'm not saying what, we can say. Or what. She goes, you were right. I do have an alcoholic husband. Although, not that one. But you told me your husband was all right, we can say. And she says, I did. And he is. And she takes a step back. He's also an alcoholic. So is he missing as well, we can say? And she can say, no, he's not. Or maybe he is. I don't know. He's probably in the park. Or in Jamrock or somewhere drinking with his friends. And she looks away. I haven't seen him for... Well, to hell with him, she says. She has completely forgotten about her books, staring blank into the distance instead. Oh my gosh, we've cracked into this poor woman's soul by just pestering her about her husband. And we came back for round 2. Good grief. Rancor says, do you think Kunoiz has your gun? The pawn shop guy says they were crazy talking about pigs. Oh. And then Kuno said that she shot a guy. Maybe she has the gun. Good idea. Jocelyn on Facebook with a donation of stars says, good morning, Ox, and all in chat, stars sent for Superstar Monday. That's right, it is Superstar Monday. And thank you, Daryl and Vince, for sharing this broadcast to your stream. She has completely forgotten about her books, staring blank into the distance. Empathy. There. She's worried now, we can say. Well, so we can get a new case out of this. Well, if he's with his friends, then he's not really missing. No need for the police to get involved, and we don't take the case. Or don't worry, I'm going to find him and bring him back home, I promise. And she says, well, she sighs, but you can detect a slight hint of gratitude and relief from her face. All right, go ahead. Do you have any questions? What does your husband look like, we can say? And she says, well, she eyes you from head to toe. Honestly, not that different from you, really? So let me guess, he's disco then, we can say? And she goes, oh, thank God, no. She nearly begins to laugh. It hasn't come down to this yet. Well, why did you say that your husband resembles me then? We can say, and she says, well, he's slightly chubby. And we pass a physical instrument check. Wait! Did she imply that you're fat? You're not fat. The body type she's referring to is called Franco-Nigerian hard body. Wow. Wow. Oh, God. I can see that in a TV advert for a gym already. Do you want to develop your own Franco-Nigerian hard body? Come to Franco-Nigerian Hard Bodies. Jason says, hey guys, did I miss anything important? No, not really. But we're having fun still. We can say, I'm not chubby, and neither is your husband. What you meant to say is that we both share a Franco-Nigerian hard body. That's what I'm going to say. And you both share what? She doesn't understand. A Franco-Nigerian hard body. Softly round, yet still in shape. Ladies dig it. And she goes, I'm not sure about the rest, but softly round sounds about right. He's not in great shape. And she stops to think. What else? He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket with a bright blue inner lining. The lining is hand sewn. I made it myself. She sighs, her voice slightly quivering when she adds, it's his cool jacket. God knows it's too cold to run around in this, but he refuses to change. I even tried throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Can you believe it? She looks back at you, shaking her head. Well, we can say if the jacket is really that cool, then I can totally understand. And she says, well, what can you do? I hope that at least that extra lining helps keep him warm at night. I wouldn't like him to catch cold. And we pass an empathy check. She's thinking about him out in the cold in some park or on the coast, and it's making her more and more worried. Well, when did you last see him, we can say? And she says, yesterday morning. He went to the library. Her eyes become cold with recollection. He went to retrieve my book, and he promised he'll walk straight back home. Wait a minute. Her husband goes missing yesterday. He promises he'll be right back home, and the very next day, what she's doing? Oh, I'm just going to casually go to my local bookshop and browse around. I mean, yeah, he's my husband, and yeah, he said he'd be back by yesterday, but I'm sure he's fine. I'd be out there looking for him. Because we talked about this. We talked about not wandering off again, and she scoffs. I don't know what to do. I honestly don't know what to do with his addiction. Just makes me feel weak. She turns away from you in an attempt to recover. I think I got this, we can say. Thanks. So you are going to look for him? And we pass a suggestion check. She genuinely wants you to now. Don't make her ask. sorry, we got our hands full at the moment. Maybe some other time. And we not take the case. Or we can say, yes, I will bring him back home to you and take the case. All right, new task. Find the working class husband. I like how they just throw working class around here and there. She looks working class. We'll call him working class. George with a donation of stars says, love the streams. Thank you very much, George. And Wolf Dragon Tamer says, long live Evan, the boy who died and then was immortalized in Fallout 4's Nuka World. I don't think I did an entire episode on that, but I did mention it in my my video on all of the flavors of Nuka-Cola from Nuka World. I did talk about Evan. And then there was also that boy, I forget his name now, but that boy who died young before Fallout 76 came out. He was immortalized in Fallout 76 by a note inside the Slocum's Joe coffee shop right next to Flatwoods. I did a video on that as well. All right, well, she really does have a missing husband, and we need to go find him. That's awesome. I was just messing around, too, and we got a new case on it. Well, I was going to talk to this guy. I work hard, I play hard. Nobody works harder. I'm a Franco-Nigerian hardball. Oh, it's so ridiculous. Okay, this is a dead end, but wait, there's a guy over here. Ooh, a couple guys over here. Let's find out what insane commentary they have. Brett Bus says, holy crap on a pig. You were right about her husband missing in this game. I guess so. I just wanted to annoy her and talk about her husband, but no, he really is missing. Here we go. My guy's just taking his time getting there.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape?
René Arnoux.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
That's good. I'm gonna have to remember that. You're a man with a fork in a world of soup. And the other one is eating a big sandwich. We passed an electrochemistry check. Look! In his hand, going into his mouth. The sandwich. It's hauntingly beautiful.
I am trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now, stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
Okay. And we pass a physical instrument check. These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never. Shouldn't I ask what game it is first? We can ask. And physical instrument says, no, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game. Now, we could pass a hand-eye coordination check of 83% plus 2 for acting without hesitation. Let's do it. No! It was 83%. Come on. What does he do? It was 83%. Come on. Not even right. This felt wrong. Wrong like touching your... Oh, man, I gotta be careful with this game. It just doesn't even care. This game doesn't even care. It just puts whatever out there. You threw your... I can't even read that. What the heck? It just felt wrong, we can say. Mon Dieu, says Gaston Martin, the jolly man exclaims. Good job, officer. That was an excellent throw. Jason Whitaker says, a Franco-Nigerian hard body must be what you need to quickly heal your dramatically severed left hand, but only if cut off by your ex with a chainsaw. This is, of course, in reference to Resident Evil 7 that we played on Thursday, wherein which we did have our left hand severed by our... how did you put it? By your ex with a chainsaw? We had it severed by our ex with a chainsaw, only for it to be dramatically reattached by a bunch of hillbillies living in a swamp, because that's where you go for good medicine. Where were we? Physical instrument. There are no two more harmful words an athlete can hear than good job. And this was downright embarrassing. I can't believe I failed an 83% check. Hold on, why did this feel so wrong, we can ask? And we pass our hand-eye coordination check. Something about it was completely unnatural, corrupted. Your muscle memory knew what to do and went for it, but there were gaps. And then we pass a physical instrument check. Yeah, gaps you tried to fill with thinking. We don't think in sports, we do. And we damage our morale. One more point and I'm done. Hand-eye coordination. We pass a hand-eye coordination check. It felt like you were going for a thrust or a lunge. There was definitely going to be some jumping. Maybe you scored a point, but this is a fiasco. Can we heal ourselves here? Whew, okay. I thought something way more spectacular would happen, we can say. And Gaston says, what are you talking about? You just executed a pretty much perfect pétanque throw. His tone is full of admiration. And we pass a half-light check with a pinch of fear. How are you ever going to get the officer's crap off of your nose, Gaston? Or even climb out of his butt? He shakes his head in extreme disdain. We find three options. Perfect throw, well, I still feel defeated, or that's just how Johnny Ballgame is. Extraordinary. Do I have a new name now? First, I thought it was Raphael something or other. Now I'm Johnny Ballgame. I'm Dick Mullen when I'm a detective. Well, let's do it. That's how Johnny Ballgame is. Extraordinary. And Renee says, right, the old soldier says slowly. Was the demonstration it, or do you still need something from us, officer? Do you know anything about the man hanged in the backyard of Whirling in Rags, we can ask? And Renee says, unfortunately, I don't. And he shrugs. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement, but this affair has passed me by completely. And most of the locals, we can ask? And he says, in Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them? But you don't have a problem with cops, we can say? And Renee says, cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets. So again, you don't know anything, we can ask? And he says, if I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I am an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me. And based on his attire, it appears that at one time he was a soldier. Perhaps he served in a war. Maybe that's why he likes talking to police officers and isn't afraid to speak with them. HG128 says, when exactly will part 2 of Resident Evil 7 be? Thursday at 7? That's right. Thursday at 7 o'clock. We pass an Inland Empire check. This is a man with a lot of past, but little present, and almost no future. You seem to be playing in a crater, we can say. And Renee says yes, and he nods. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. What even are they playing? Balls? Just balls? You throw balls in a hole? Is that it? Was it made by a sea monster rising from the depths, we can ask? And he says no. He says without even smiling. It was left by heavy artillery fire. And we pass a physical instrument check. Heavy artillery fire, you say? That's the best kind of artillery fire. Very interesting. Okay, it's a crater left by artillery fire. But why, we can ask? And Rene says, why what? Why was the heavy artillery used? And he says, because that's what happens when communards hijack your country. Communards hijack your... Is that supposed to be this universe's version of a communist? A communard? I really like it. I think I'm going to use that from now on. You communard! When they hijack your country, execute your supreme leader, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse, you use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Melina Richards says, what do you call a dinosaur that crashes his car? A Tyrannosaurus Rex. Thank you, Melina Richards. That was great. Wait, who are the communards again, we can ask? And he says, commies, communists, socialists, anarchists. Call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. The carabiner frowns. Senseless sentimentality. Did you use artillery fire against them? We can ask. And Rene says, sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly, we got licked, he adds, squeezing a boulet in his fist. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. What? Suicide sex cult propaganda? Has this universe have nothing that is not awesome? We didn't, though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him. But the Suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough. Suicide sex cult and communards? Why shell them in Martinez, we can ask. And Rene says, because this place is the damn beachhead, he says, pointing at the bay. Had to soften the commies up first. The beachhead, we can ask? And he says, yes, and he nods, inspecting it with some disdain. The military-coordinated amphibious landing to take back Ravicol. We pass a suggestion check. He finds your lack of historic knowledge troubling, a sign of mental deterioration in the preceding generations. Rene says Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Ravicol during the Operation Death Blow of 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta, and he points to the northeast. Death Blow sounds grim, we can say, and he says, this here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, he says, looking down at the soil, we are playing petanque on their mangled corpses. Is that the name of the game? Petanque? Gaston says Blood Ground. The other one shakes his head. You got old Rene going there, like he isn't angry enough already. I mean, I know that I keep on having all of these other options, but I always choose number 1 because I want to know more about the past of this universe. So hold on, the coalition, we can say. And Rene says, mm-hmm. And he grunts. Don't get me wrong, officer, I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that, they're the lesser evil. Well, of course, Winston Churchill there, so I guess Churchill is part of this universe. Sorry, 1 second. So, sorry, just I probably shouldn't. Okay, so anyway, I've got a family member who needs something really quickly, and so I'm going to do this really quickly because it needs to be done now and quickly. And so, with all of the dexterity that I possess within my fingers, I'm going to pull out my phone here and take a picture of this and then send it over here with all of my finger dexterity, because when it comes to finger dexterity, I am numero uno. And there we go. Now, well, is that why everything is so bombed out, we can say? Thank you very much, Ghost Toast. And then Jacob says, what do you call a sheep with no legs? A cloud. And that makes sense. Damn right, son, says Rene. They laid the fire of hell on this city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. There is a strange gleam in his eye. We pass a half-light check. He approves of this radical approach, knows it was necessary. Rene says the rest of the city got cleaned up at Martinez. They keep as a monument. A dark shadow runs across his face. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place. Milos says, bought a new shrub trimmer today. I showed it to my friend and said, check this thing out. It's cutting-edge technology. At times I just despair. Just you caused me to despair. And my cigar keeps going out. Val Petrov says, thank you. Read on. All right, we'll do. Gaston says, well, it's your own damn fault. The jolly man marks. You, we, the coalition, Revocol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course, they still hold influence. And Rene says, you don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... And he stops mid-sentence and turns to you. Well, what do you think? He says. Oh, now's our chance. We can say that's how it should be. Soft socialists paving the way for the hard-working class to take over. Or foreign powers cleaned up our mess and now they rule us and we shake our head in shame. Or this coalition seems quite capable, actually. Or commies just don't understand how money works. Or nothing. I don't think. I just do. Well, didn't I think I got a thought earlier for having a political thought, so we'll just say commies don't understand how money works. And he goes, no, they don't. But I'm sorry it had to be the coalition. After 8 years of fighting rabid commies, boiling cats for food, and drinking piss in the mountains, and he takes a deep breath. Welcome, new member, Marsul Saqib. Good to have you on the program. I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned to Revocol, or even if that damned clown Frizzell had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case. Well, he would prefer a monarchy? We pass an empathy check. This royal failure weighs heavily on him. And Rene says, instead, all that is just, holy and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radios. And he sighs. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the rule of the suzerain with. Who was Frissel, we can say. And Martin, with the donation of stars, says, yeah, it's Monday with the hottest disco cop-ox with a Franco-Nigerian hard body. Let us not forget. Damn Frissel, says Rene. He was the king we couldn't protect. The carabiners failed him, and the crown. The old veteran falls silent and massages his chest. He died in the hands of the hoi polloi in a very public execution. You mentioned Guillaume, we can say, and he says a true king in both blood and mind. Led Revocol before Frissel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile. What exactly is a suzerain, we can say? And he says the suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? He then slowly nods and says to himself, they've forgotten already. Melina Richards says, apparently you can't use beef stew as a password. It's not stroganoff. Oh, it's not stroganoff. Beef stew, it's not password stroganoff. Oh, so good. Thank you, Melina Richards. Wolf Dragon Tabor says, protons have mass? I didn't know they were Catholic. And Ken Clive says, the devs seem to be motorsports fans. Gaston Martin, Aston Martin. Rene Arnoux was a 1980s Formula One driver. Oh, is that it? Okay, that makes sense. We pass an empathy check. Soon they will forget everything. Him too. And then he chooses anger over melancholy. It's just the way of life. We all get forgotten. We've got this one life, and then we die. And if we're lucky, our kids will remember us, and then they die. And if we're lucky, their kids might have heard of us, or possibly have seen us, and then they die. And if we're really lucky, their kids might have a legend of us somewhere. But then when they're dead, we're gone. That's it. We've got this one life. We gain 5 experience. Renee says it's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the 5th and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire. We can try to pass a legendary composure check to say, what is it about this old soldier that makes him stand so proud? It's a white check. We can try it again. And we damage our morale. All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon. Let's heal ourselves of that real quick. I need to find more of these chems. Renee says, he catches your glance and nods. This is the uniform of the Royal Carabiners in service of Frizzle I, Guillemot le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him. Gaston says, don't you mean Frizzle the Fun? And Renee says, you do not speak his name, Craven. Although he was a clown, he adds. He turns back to you, but he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn. And we pass a composure check. There was something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry. Looks like we'll be coming back. Thanks for your time, we can say. And we got a new thought. Physical instrument, son, you've really let yourself go. It's a disgrace. But Coach Physical Instrument is going to get you back in prime condition, even if it takes 1,000,000 push-ups. We can say, Coach Physical Instrument? Does this mean you'll call me a maggot and a Nancy boy to motivate me? Or, yes, sir, forge me into organic steel, Coach. Let's do that. And then Physical Instrument says, it's gonna take blood, sweat, piss, and tears, but when I'm done with you, boy, you will be a master athlete. And Jason Whitaker says, I'm not ready to be existential until afternoon. Well, that's why I bring a big, giant tankard of coffee. It's what I need to get existential this early in the morning. Wait, why piss? We can say. And Physical Instrument says, when a man sets his mind and body on something and gives his 110%, he is sometimes going to piss himself. It just happens. No shame in that. Let's do this, Coach. I'm with you. And we opt in. Thought gained. Coach Physical Instrument. Behold, world, here walks a sportsman. Hands chucked and hair kept back with a bandana. The Homo Athleticus. And we can end. Right. I'm still researching this one. Coldomamadaqua. Oh, that's right, the bird. Well, let's see if we can unlock a new slot. No, I need another point. We've got 2 new thoughts that we can research. Detective Cousteau and Coach Physical Instrument. But I need to unlock them. I spent all my points on other stuff. What have we here? Oh, these are all of our new tasks. Golly. And these are all of the new tasks we've gotten just today. These are all of the tasks from yesterday. Who put clothes in the trash? Who else has unauthorized access to the whirling rags? Find this person and you'll know who tampered with the scene. It may take a while. Okay, so that's something up later. Pick up dice from the dice maker. That's right, we bought dice. We gotta go earn some money. What about this guy? Can we talk to him?
Oh, I have really outdone myself. This is divine.
And he takes a bite of his sandwich.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding on that fat ass of yours. I hope your heart gives out.
Well, I'm glad these guys are friends.
René, it's the little pleasures. Life doesn't need to be a struggle.
I like how they spelled the sound of him chewing. Yum, yum. Hello,
Oh, hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day?
Oh, that looks delicious. And we can point to the sandwich. Can I have a bite of that? I'm sorry, officer, he says, but I really don't share food. He says, and he quickly adds, nothing personal, it's just a principle. Renee says, the only one you have. And we pass an endurance check. Suddenly you realize how hungry you are. The last time you ate must have been God knows when. Please, man, can I just have a bite? Or don't be a dick, Gaston. There's plenty for everyone. Okay, I'm not that hungry. Let's beg. Let's plead. And he says, believe me, officer, I wish I could help you, but I need this sandwich to keep my blood sugar stable. He squirms, avoiding your gaze. In my age, you need to pay attention to these things. And we pass an electrochemistry check. You can barely hear him. The sweet smell of pickles in harmony with garlic butter and marinated onions emanating from the sandwich is driving your mind in a singular direction. It must be yours. We're going to rob this poor old man of his sandwich. And he's diabetic, too. This game is awful. Melody Richards says, Murphy's Law says that anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Cole's Law is thinly sliced cabbage. Cole's Law is thinly sliced cabbage. Thank you. Oh, that's... Thank you. Please, friend, let's just share it. We can plead again, but that didn't work, so we could say, you're not hearing me, man. I need the sandwich. And he says, screw off, it's mine. And he jerks it away, immediately startled by his own reaction. Sorry, officer, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it in a bad way. I didn't mean screw off, it's mine in a bad way, he continues cautiously. But the sandwich is mine, and I'm not going to share it. And Renee says, when the dissidents come to rape our country, he hides. But try to get a bite of his dear sandwich and he gets claws? You're a special kind of vermin, Gaston. Oh, we could try to pass a rhetoric check. It's a white check. We can try it again. Let's ask a little bit more. Wait, no, let's try the legendary check. Here we go. Rhetoric 1. Failure. A man so principled about his sandwich calls for a principled approach. Time to get political. I'm already tripping knee-deep in politics, baby, we can say. And rhetoric says, you really do. Now, unleash the fury. This city's going to crap. Sooner or later, some foreign anarchist is going to steal your sandwich. That's a fact. Or 2, your blood sandwich, point to it. It's a tool of the oppressors, designed to keep the proletariat docile. Or 3, these options seem awfully fascist or communist. What if I don't want to say them? Let's try number 1. And he says, I don't think that's going to happen. And he chuckles. Why would you even... First they take our jobs, then our women, and when the sandwich is all you have left, the anarchists will come for that too. And he goes, he won't care, says Renee. The old veteran glances at his partner. As long as there's food in his fat belly, he'll lick any boot that's kicking it to him. And we pass a rhetoric check. Good. Renee is on board too. Time to take back the streets. Right-wing populism. Here we come. Oh dear. Is this the direction we're headed? I'm doing this by accident. Revicol is calling. She needs us. Not tomorrow, not soon, but right now. Let's take our home back. Or don't you guys get it? Us, local boys, got to stick together. Make the people feel safe again. I guess it doesn't matter which one of these we choose. Renee says, now you're talking sense, son. And his eyes light up. All 3 of us working as a group. We can make a difference. And we pass a suggestion check. Whatever you're selling here, he's buying it in bulk. Ooh. Okay, men, let's review and possibly redistribute our resources. And Gaston says, what do you mean, officer? There's a look of suspicion in his eyes. He knows that we want to redistribute his wealth by taking his sandwich. And we pass an authority check. Ignore him. You're addressing the entire group now. I'll be United One, Ghost Dog. You and Gaston are United Two, the Royal Hounds. And Renee says, agreed. What about the whole group? He quickly adds, I propose Épées de la Couronne, Swords of the Crown, in honor of my old unit. And we pass a half-light check. Oh my God, stop this scheming and just demand the sandwich! It's got class and roots, we can say. Oh, or we can go, no, that's too old school. How about... And he goes, how about what? Judging by his tone, the old carabiner really wanted to honor his old unit. We could say Guillemets Lions, Fristle's Firing Squad, Suzerain Solution, the Migrant Bashers. Really? The Migrant Bashers? Ouch! The Vigil Flame. Or actually, let's honor your old unit if he's de la Corinne it is. Let's go that way. And he goes, it's dignified. We need dignity. And you? He points to Gaston. Get excited. And we pass an authority check. His tone leaves no room for arguments. Giving orders is a second skin to the old carabiner. Gaston says, all right, all right. The old man is taken aback by Rene's commanding tone, but dares not dispute him. I've got a bad feeling about this, he says. Now we can try to get this sandwich. He doesn't appeal to pleading. We could say we just want to hold the sandwich. Let's try authority, because I think he probably appeals to that. Good, good. Now that this is done, give me the sandwich. And we gain 5 experience. Oh, says Gaston, his eyes light up in understanding. You went through all that trouble for my sandwich? I'm flattered, officer, but my answer is no. Now, how else can I help you? Daggone it. Oh, and we've got a plus -1 to that because we drafted him into a vigilante group. All right, well, let's, tell me, what do you know about the dead man, we can say? And he says, let me think. He looks at the clouds wistfully. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week, but that's all I know, really. Really? You know, absolutely nothing, we can say? And he says, no, I'm sorry. And I really would like to assist, he adds, smiling apologetically. You're a good guy, officer, even though you drafted me into a vigilante group. I can see that. And then Rene says, then help him, you wimp. Reproach fills his eyes. You rub plenty of shoulder with the gouache caviar in the Union. Someone must know something. And Gaston says, I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. And his cheeks turn red. I always keep my nose clean and I don't gossip. Everyone knows and respects that. And Rene says, respects? The old carabiner can't believe what he's hearing. Sounds a bit like you're holding back, we can say. And Gaston says, I'm not. He assures you. I'm not even any... And then Rene interjects. Of course he's holding back. The carabiner crosses his arms. His mouth is so full of Union blah, blah, blah that he can't even speak properly. Gaston says, can I at least finish my doggone sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, Rene? His eyes are furious. I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Everard. How do you know Everard, we can say? And he says, everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers, he says solemnly. I taught these boys human studies and history in the gymnasium. And we pass a physical instrument check. Gymnasium? I love that word, he says. And then Rene says, what do you know about history? The carabiner snaps at Gaston. You never witnessed history, only heard about it years later, when it had already moved on. You don't know history. Milos says, give me the sandwich. Thank you, Milos. I'm trying to get my hands on this sandwich. The older soldier mumbles something under his breath and turns to face the sea. Gaston says, what a jerk, the jolly man declares with a sigh. The officer was addressing me, not you, Capitan. Where were we? Are you a Union member, we can say? And he says, oh, and his cheeks turn red again. In many ways, yes, like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties, help with the little things. Everard, Edgar, and the older de Bouders all know me. In many ways, we can say, and he says, oh, yes. So you're not an actual member then? And he says, not in the technical sense. His eyes fix on the bubbles in the crater. I don't have a vote or a membership card, but Everard keeps me on the payroll just for the little things. Rene says, of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. And he frowns. He's a weather vane. Turns to where the wind blows and tries to look important. What are the little things you do for Everard, we can say? And he says, writing work mostly. And he smiles. Occasionally he needs something written, and I happen to have a way with words, people say. What kind of things do you write for him, we can ask. And Gaston says, oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers about Martinez and how things are and how they could be. Everard and I have these long talks where, and Rene interjects, where he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed of yourself. That's all for now, we can conclude. Thank you, officer, and Gaston nods, smiling wide, for being a consummate professional. You'll have this case wrapped up in no time. Well, we can't convince him to give us the sandwich. So let's say, what are the rules to this game? And Gaston says, oh, the goal is to throw your boule. He holds out the orb as close to the conch net as you can. That's the conch net. He points to a small wooden ball in the middle of the crater. I guess that's it. Interesting. Tell me more about it, we can say. And he says, well, first you draw a circle about 1/2 meter in diameter. We made ours out of rope, he explains. Then the order of play is determined by a coin toss. You win it, you get to throw the conch net. Then the player aims to throw their boules as close to the conch net as possible. They must stay in the circle and keep both feet planted. Is there anything else you can tell me about pétanque, we can ask? And Gaston says, I could, but I'd rather not. And he smiles. I don't want to take up your time with trivial details, officer. And we pass a half-light check. Is he denying you information when you clearly requested it? That's it. We're blowing the lid off this man jar. You need to know things. So we can say, but do I really? And why? Or we can say, trivial? Ha. Ah, ha, 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 and grin at the man. You can still tell me, you know, before anything happens. Let's try that. And he goes, your keen interest is making him uncomfortable. Then there's measuring the distance between the boule and the conch-net. I always measure hours, but usually it's done by the player who threw last. The opponent has a right to remeasure if he has doubts about the results, and he's trying to think of something else to say, but then, seeing your beady eyes, he stops. We pass another half-light check. Can you believe this clown? This is information you must have, and he's stalling. Lives could be on the line, and he's just running the clock. We could say this is getting weird. Let's hit the brakes. Or we could say, stop stalling and talk. Doggone it. Is this all? Because I swear to God, if you're holding back... Yes, officer. Yes, I swear. I don't know anything else about pétanque. That's all I know, I swear. And we gain 5 experience. We pass a half-light check. And that's how you break a man if the good cop and the bad cop have left for the day. Disturbing cop to the rescue. Good, Gaston, we can say. See how it's all good now? And Gaston says, yes, I'm sorry, officer. The senior is visibly shaken before you. And Rene says, good. Of course, Rene says good. Gaston finally understands the rules now. An evil smile runs across his lips. Let's see if it makes him a better pétanquista. Let's leave for now. I think we've done damage enough to these poor old men. Ooh, there's something up there. What is that? Enormous boules worthy of a real man, I see. Well, I've been meaning to talk to this lady on the yacht forever. And we need to go up into the tenements. Let's finally get that done. This game is going to take me forever. Okay, so we finally have a way to get through that door. But before we do, let's talk to the lady on the yacht. Joyce Messier, a striking woman, leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good evening, officer. I'm Joyce.
She extends her hand in greeting. Tara says, well, Fallout better be ready for communards. It better be. And then Jocelyn, with a donation of stars, says, how does a yak say farewell to his boy? Bison. They just don't stop. This is the beauty of the internet. Just a world's unlimited, infinite resource of dad jokes at my beck and call. Oh, it's the future. Melanie Richards says, petanque is a sport that falls into the category of boules sport, along with Rafa, bocce, boule, lyonnaise, lawn bowls, and crown green bowling. I wish I had more experience in lawn games. I sadly don't. We can continue.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbor. You must be from the RCM.
She steps closer and holds out her hand over the railing. Joyce L? What does the L stand for?
Leighton, my maiden name.
Her bony hand dangles from the sleeve of her oversized raincoat. Well, what gave me... Let's shake her hand first.
I'm glad to see you here.
Her grip is tight and cold. Milos says, sandwich! I'll go and get the sandwich when I'm able to. I think I had to pass a logic check or something. We pass an interfacing check like steel. There is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
You're on a boat, we can say. Why, yes, I am. She looks at the deck under her feet. Green and white sails flutter overhead. Not a lot of boats, are there? Or not a lot of people on boats, are there? And she says, of course there are. She looks around. We are on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? And we pass an empathy check. There is a pinch of defensiveness in her voice, but it is playful. Well, wait, we're on an archipelago and we look around? Or what do you mean, archipelago? Let's go. Let's look around, because maybe then she thinks that we're being playful too. Yes, we are, she raises her brow. We are on Le Calou. Calou? I thought we were in Revachol. We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Calou. Still, I haven't seen anyone else sail a boat around here. And she says I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kinema motor carriage either. That's not mine. It belongs to my partner, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. And she goes, no matter whose it is, a motor carriage is just a tool. You need it to do your job, as I do mine. It's just a means of getting where you need to go. Milos says, no sandwich? How despicable! Well, don't worry, I will eventually go for the sandwich. We pass an authority check. She's having a good time arguing against the law. Too good, perhaps? Does she have a name, we can say? And she says, the boat? No. It is called Corps d'Elite 19 because that's the type of sloop it is. We pass an inland empire check. The word it feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name. And we pass a shivers check. A breeze ripples through the sails and tugs at your hair. Below, the sleek fish-like shape of the hull parts the water. Beneath that, a resounding darkness. You're reminded of something or someone. Cool, but your boat really needs a name, we can say. And she says, okay, how about Corps d'Elite 19? Why? She taps on the side of the boat. It makes a hollow sound because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Corps d'Elite, and its hull is 19 paces long. How about, okay, we've got three, Sleek Fish, X something, or Dolores. How about Dolores? Why Dolores? She says. After her innocence, Dolores Day. Let's try that. And she goes, I'm not really big on moralist symbols. I think I'll stick with the factory name, but thank you. All right. Okay, but what kind of boat is it, we can say? And she goes, it's a pleasure craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing, though these days I mainly use it for business. How do you like it, we can say? And she goes, my sloop? I like it a lot. Her lip curls into a wry smile. It's the eel's hip, baby. Do you have a license for this boat, we can ask? And she says, officer, I assure you I am a highly qualified pleasure craft operator. And we pass a perception check. The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. And we pass a half-light check. Qualified pleasure craft operator? So charming. Where's the damn license? Can I see your license, we can say. And she goes, I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officer. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken apart in not one, but two Insulindic regattas and finished one. What happened to the other time? What happened the other time, we can say? And she goes, the other time I would have finished the race if it were not for urgent work matter, much like the one I am on now. I still need to see the license, man. Breakthrough imminent, yay! And then Joyce says, technically speaking, you don't. Pretty sure that I do. I'm the police, we can say. And she goes, then certainly you must know that under the Wayfarer Act, the RCM doesn't have the authority to demand anyone's operator license. Freedom of movement and all of that. More like Anarchy Act, we can say, or so I can't arbitrarily pull people over and ask for the papers, or makes sense, I guess. I mean, look at me. Let's do number 2. And she goes, you may still ask to see my passport, she says, trying to strike a conciliatory tone. That I'm obliged to share with you. And we pass an authority check. You need to save face if you want her respect. Demand for that passport. I don't think I need to at this point. We'll say no need. And she nods politely, of course. Any more questions about the boat, sir? And we pass the suggestion check. The graciousness of her response makes you feel glad you didn't hassle her about her papers for no reason. And I think I have a handle on the boat thing, and we conclude. Tell me about Wild Pines. What do you do? And she says, what we do, I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking. All right, so what do they do, we can say. And she says the Pines' core competency is logistics, container shipping, freight, and that sort of thing. She points to the small dots on the horizon. See those airships there blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. Then to the east towards the harbor, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil, gas exploration, offshore platforms. How much money does Wild Pines have, we can ask. And she says, I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheets, but I can tell you that last year the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue. And we pass an encyclopedia check. A billion? Okay, do we make ourselves look like a fool in front of this lady by asking what a billion is? Let's goad her a little bit. That's it. I thought Wild Pines was supposed to be big time. And she goes, and to think there are years when the group books losses in the billions. A wave hits the sloop. She grasps the mainstay for balance. Wild Pines employs 72,000 people, all of whom have families that depend on their salaries. It is a tremendous responsibility. Where does Wild Pines get all of these billions, we can ask? And she says they started as an exploration and cargo fleet, conducting trade between the Sumerian and Insuldinian Isolas 250 years ago, when Pines ships explored the South Seminoes and chartered Low Maytag on behalf of the suzerain. So it's like the East India Tea Company or something like that. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to reemerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. What does such a huge system want with a place like this? And we look around. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, she gave you a little smile, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? 8% of all the cargo in the world? That's quite an endeavor indeed, we can say. She nods forcefully. There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen. And we pass a suggestion check with your help, hopefully, says her warm tone. What can you tell me about the strike, we can say? Everything, says Joyce, and she smiles. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. Wait, what if I want to hear about these trade secrets, we can ask? And she says, first, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Elements that gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. An octopus? I will slay it then! Oh, let's do it. And she goes, good luck. It's only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own. I'm afraid the Emergencies Act was put in place by the same coalition government that leases the RCM the right to police West Revocol. But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike? All right, what is your role in this strike precisely? And she says, I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I am a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer. How are these talks going, we can ask? And she says, they're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbor. There's a 2.2 millimeter racist behemoth blocking the gates. Tell me about this behemoth, we can say. And she says, what can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. She pauses. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization. How were the talks going before the lynching, we can say? And she says, let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived. How long have you been here, we can ask? And she says, I arrived 3 weeks ago. And she thinks, yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM. I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Oh, this is the guy we heard about. Everard Clare, I believe his name is. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations. What happened then, we can ask? And she says the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive. What happened to this Gaumont, we can say? And she says Mr. Clare told him to, how did he put it? She pauses to compose herself. Screw off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Not cool, or okay then. And she goes, yes, keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union. We pass an authority check. Sounds like usual aggressive posturing. What are their demands, we can ask? And she says, there are leaflets everywhere and banners. What did they say again? Oh, yes. Every worker, a member of the board. Wow. Seems like they have no idea about business, we can say. And she says, in its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board. What does that even mean, we can say? And she says, it's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what? About anything, really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. The workers can't be kings, the king is king, or the king is dead, long live the workers, or that's pretty funny, I have to admit. And she says, they're having a blast, but how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution. What are you going to do, we can say? And she says, I'm not sure. Naturally, I assumed that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery, but there's been no follow-up. Just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags, a disastrous situation if there ever was one. Tell me about the union boss, Mr. Clare, we can ask. And she says, Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interest of the workers first. Really? She's impressed with him and she's on the opposite side? Oh, of course not, she says. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. Is he that bad, we can ask, and she says he is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen. And I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Wait, there are two of them? And she says, yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does. And when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the whole limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. Wow, so they're even stealing from their own workers. What about the union itself outside the brothers Clare? The Deboisdaires Union was once a perfectly normal institution, 20 years ago anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it, and I can respect that. She adjusts her hair. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a, how do you say, she hesitates looking for the right expression. 1, an effective advocate for the rights of local working men. 2, a giant leech sucking the life out of Revocol. 3, basically a socialist mob. 4, I prefer not to have an opinion on these things. Let's go with giant leech or a mob, and she nods. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 years. However much as you feed the wolf always hungers. One more thing. You said something happened in the elections and we get 5 experience. I'm glad you asked, says Joyce. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the union. She disappeared. Disappeared, we can say? And she says, yes, on the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore or coming to work. Ever. End of story. Eerie, we can say. And she says downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him. Well, that's all I need here, and we can change topic. Wow, we just learned a lot about the guys who are currently in charge of this union. Now we can begin to understand why there might have been a lynching. What can you tell me about this lynching, we can ask? And she says quite a few things, I'm afraid. She falls silent for the moment, contemplating something, and we gain 10 experience. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your name and badge number. Why is this necessary, we can say? And she says, I just can't go around telling confidential information to strangers. I've signed a contract. The thing is, we can say, I don't have a badge at the moment. What happened to a detective? Oh no, we get to tell her we got drunk. We pass an empathy check. Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events. I've recently suffered from an unusual medical episode, we can say. My lost badge is related to it. I see. She looks increasingly worried. So are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? Oh, how do we salvage this? We could say, number 1, it's possible, after a night of heavy drinking, I lost all memory of my life in the world. Probably not say that. 2. I could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything. This world, this city, nothing. Or 3, yeah. We'll go with that. And she goes, I can't hear you, darling. Please speak up. They're not going to let me get away with that one. Oh, I've got to make a choice. Well, since we have to make a choice between these two, let's be honest and say it was a night of drinking. And she goes, oh, dear. She sighs with compassion, sadness even. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation. No. New task. Joyce's info on the lynching. However, she says with a touch of regret, this isn't about my feelings. There's also protocol to consider. I'm afraid I can't say any more until I've seen that badge. Oh, we got to get our badge. We pass a suggestion check. Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. We could try to pass a suggestion check. We've got +1 sympathy for the amnesia, and it's 83%. Can we get this higher by going further in the conversation? What kind of arrangement would it be, we can ask. And she says, I mean, favors for favors. A dirty alliance of sorts. Let's pass the check. 92% for a dirty alliance. Yes! Easy. Just offer her a favor. Like I said, nice and dirty. Surely there's some other way to demonstrate my law enforcement credentials, we can suggest to the lady. And she says, I will be frank with you. She puts down her thermal cup. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible. Suggestion. You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain. Like what, we can say. And she says, reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason, reaction speed, they're profiting from this trade. The company has tried looking into the matter before to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or she picks the cup back up. You can recover your badge. Though, if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause. Okay, tell me about this alleged drug trafficking, we can say. And she says it's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Sumerian Isola into Revicol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years. What kind of ingredients are we talking about here, we can say? And she goes, meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from this stuff. Well, hopefully my character can score a quick stash before we turn over the drug dealers. Electrochemistry says, crap yeah, baby, it's the party pipeline. Why would you want to shut that down? And we could say that. We could say, why are you trying to shut down the party pipeline? She probably won't respond well to that. We could say, let me get this straight. The materials come from Samara to Revicol through the terminal? Let's try that. And she goes, yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Shamrock Quarter, north of here. Oh, let's say it. Why are you trying to shut down the party pipeline? And she goes, I assure you, officer, these are not the sort of parties that you would want to attend. And we passed an electrochemistry check. She has no idea what kind of parties you've been to. And you want us to investigate. And she says yes, but you won't get anything out of Everart and the Dock Workers Union. Still, she raises her bony finger. Every chain has its weak link. Well, what do you mean? We can ask. And she says the lorries, she stresses. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbor to the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers, well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they are vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in traffic jams at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment. She gives you a knowing look. There, I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share the company's secrets with you. And we pass an authority check. You'll be indebted to her in a way, but one step ahead of the union in another. Why didn't you come to the RCM earlier? And she says, we did on more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under. All this talk about jurisdictions is really cramping my style. I just want to get to the bottom of all of this, we can say. And she says, well, and she smiles and points towards the roundabout. Here's your chance. Well, it's no coincidence the lorries are stranded there like that, is it? And we gain 5 experience. No. We asked East Motor Tract to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of the subsidiaries. However, and she pauses, looking to the sea, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the trade committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. So we've got to find the truck to get the information on the drug deal before the drawbridge opens. And it's already 10 o'clock at night. Shoot. I wish I would have learned this earlier. We would have made that roundabout a priority. She looks north. Thousands of liters of raw ingredients will pour into the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable. The weary. What proof do you have that the union is involved, we can ask. And she goes, how do you think they're financing the strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong to the fourth month straight. It's true they drove a number of the local businesses to bankruptcy preparing for this venture. I've talked to a few business owners. It was quite the shakedown. But the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. So we can say you think the strike is being funded with source ingredients for drugs? Precisely, she says. Smuggled out of the very gate at night, most likely. Then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you. And we pass a suggestion check. It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, but she's clearly not the type of, not the type your typical lorryman would confide in. We already have some suspicions that one of the drivers was present at the lynching, and Joyce says the two might even be connected. Okay, I've made up my mind about the smuggling investigation, we can say, and she says yes. There's no way I can take the case. We can refuse, or we can say I'll look into it, probe the drivers, see what it yields. And we get a new task, the jam mystery. Excellent. She takes a long sip of tea. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully, one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I suspect the traffic jam won't disperse for a few more days. Okay, we've got time. You should have all the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I might be of assistance. She takes another long sip from her seemingly bottomless thermal cup. Well, I hope we didn't just make friends with the enemy, though the more I hear about this union, the less I like it. It's more like just a crime syndicate. Now remember, last week we took a photograph of the tattoos on the corpse. We were told that by the woman who slept with him, that he was part of some sort of enforcement. Like, he's the kind of guy that people like Wild Pines will hire to be a spy into the Union. So it's likely Joyce knows the guy. And now we find an option to show her tattoos of the corpse. Do you know something about these tattoos? And we can show the photo. And she says, that's the man who was killed. She almost takes the photo, but then stops. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. So you know something about the tattoos, we can say. And she says, better not to tie the forestay to the backstay on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with. Wow, she really likes ships. She had some sailing lingo in there. Empathy. She wants to answer the question, but protocol keeps her from it. Okay, so we can ask her again once we do something for her. You seem smart, we can say. I need someone to give me a lowdown on this reality we're in. And Joyce says, this reality? She pulls her hood closer around her neck. It's related to that medical episode. I have trouble remembering even the most basic terms of reality. And she goes, yes, the episode. Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy. Now that I think of it, She puts down her thermal cup and looks at you. Task updated, get a reality lowdown. But then I'm no doctor. She takes a long sip of tea. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can. All right, we can pass a number of checks here, but all of them are difficult except for this one. We can pass an esprit de corps check. We'll get to it. Where are we? We can say. We are in Martinez, baby. Baby, we can say. And she says, a casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover. Pay it no heed. I'm a disco holdover myself, we can say. And she goes, ha! And she smiles. Aren't we all? And what is Martinez? And she says, Martinez is a district of Revacon. She looks around, her green raincoat flapping in the wind. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbor, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the revolution. She shrugs. It has its charms, just not this time of year. Tell me more about Martinez. And she says, I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. She closes her eyes. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. We pass an empathy check. A brief spike of longing in her uptight body. The dots under her eyelids shake. Boys with boxy shoulders. She must have been here in her youth. She opens them. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wider it gets. So you were here as a teenager, we can say. And she says, yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and, she smiles. Don't hold it against me. The boys certainly did not. So she had a wild youth. Ah, it's to be expected at that age. And we passed an electrochemistry check. There was a spark in the air, a live wire hanging in the wind in your hungover neocortex. Then the sea air cools it down. You mentioned a sea. What sea is this? And she says, it's not really a sea. It's the Bay of Revacol. And the bay feeds into the ocean. Are we near the ocean, we can say? And she says, yes, we're on an island in the ocean. The world's largest body of water. The Insulan Dick. So even the oceans have been renamed after this apocalypse that caused this post-apocalyptic world? What's the largest ocean of the 7 oceans? Is it the Atlantic or the Pacific? I think it's the Pacific. So we're in the Pacific Ocean. We're on an island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I got to figure out where we're at. Inland Empire, we pass it. Vast, lukewarm, unknowable, flowing in and out of sight. What's the name of this island, we can ask, and she says Kalu, as you already know. She looks at the water. Imagine a pebble, a smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea. Misshapen, cracked, the cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch, the Martinez Distributary. Which Pacific Ocean island has a delta? But then again, a delta could have formed after the apocalypse. We pass an empathy check. It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her. Okay. Wait. This is us continuing, so tell me another, perhaps even more fundamental aspect of reality. Oh, wait, no. Let's go back. Okay, that's Martinez. What about Revacol, we can ask? And she says, Revacol is what you call a city. What kind of city is Revacol? And she goes, the great kind. And we pass an empire check. As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism, a fact. What makes Revacol great? And she says, history, detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries. Okay, who built the city, we can say. And she says the nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Semines and Ilmara, depending on your creed. When was Revacol built, we can ask. And she says, in the DeLorean century, 380 years ago. And why will it resolve history, we can ask. And she says, they say it's where the terrible question of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. Alt Grendel says, hey Ox, what's the ratio of coffee/milk in your mug? Well, I don't really have a scientific formula, but when I fill it with milk or cream, I go to about there, and then the rest is all coffee. By that, I mean conflicts, ideological conflicts, the stuff of men. Why here, we can ask? And she says, we are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean. The world's connective tissue, she smiles. It's where the money is. So we're pretty much at the center of the world, we can say. And she goes, oh, we're quite a ways off. About, she points across the water, where the skyscrapers rise. And we gain 5 experience. 22 kilometers from the center of the world. And that soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insurcom, coalition government, Insulindian mission command. We can look to the sea. Silence. She lowers her hand. And we pass an inland empire check. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. And we pass a shivers check. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it. Where are we, we can say? And we gain a new thought, but that's something we were researching. We are where we are, she says. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately. She watches you closely as you scan the horizon, and we pass an inland empire check. This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you? Well, I wonder if there's anything else we can gather from this. So we're in an unimportant part of the important place. And she says, I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about, and she points across the water where the skyscrapers are. That goes back to that dialogue tree. So instead, we can try to say nothing. Observe the large body of water swelling and cold. She observes your eyes scanning the horizon and breaks the silence slowly. And we pass, oh, that's the same dialogue check. Okay, what times are these, we can ask? And she says, these are unimportant times, detective. She puts her finger to her lips, then points at you. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late. Too late for what, we can ask? And she says, for the big time. Her eyes light up. There is a flash of teeth. We pass a half-light check. The smile of a predator. No doubt what she's got in mind. You've got a predatory streak, we can ask. And she says, all men are predators, dear. Nothing much to be done about that. It's all a matter of where you get to file your teeth. What's the big time, we can ask? And she says, the revolution. Ha! And what is this revolution I keep hearing about, we can ask? And she says, it's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next. Who gets shot in the head and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfluffle. Who got shot in the head, we can ask? And she says, those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head. And we pass an empathy check. She's not gloating. It's a relieved celebration. Oh, and the anarchists, too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed. Did the communists and the anarchists shoot back, we can ask? And she says, did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people. Douglas Delegard says, not sure if you've heard of it, but I saw another beautiful game. It might not be one to stream. I found it a great looking game, Mortal Coil. All right, I'll make a note of it and check it out later. Halloween 676 says, what do you call a Dinosaurus curse a Tyrannosaurus Hex? Thank you, Halloween. And then Ranker says it's Elysium, not Earth. Also, it's Esprit de Corps. Oh, is it not set on Earth? I thought I remember reading somewhere that it was set in a post-apocalyptic Earth. But no, it's a place called Elysium. Okay. Truly a kerfluffle, we can say. And she says, yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it. Anyone else get shot in the head on the opposing side? And she says, oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head or thrown beneath a horse or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. She shakes her head just as well. He wasn't actually the king, just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. Smart king, cowardly king. I love that king, doggone communists. I don't care about kings. Let's say smart king. And she goes, yes, King Guilherme had a nose for bad PR. He ran before it. What is the expression, went down? Anyway, Gil got out alive and his nephew Thistle got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kinsmen. It was a wild time. Who got the mineral rights, we can ask. And she says the liberals got the mineral rights. She looks up to the sky, then inland at the crumbling city. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Okay, and by liberals, you mean... Liberals are usually middle-class people, detective, or the remaining gentry, the beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, the ultra-liberals, and they fared well. How did the liberals win it all? And she says they didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember? Rockland says this game really appears to raise the bar, especially after being passed out drunk on the floor. Then it does. In quite a sense, if everyone got shot, who was there to surrender to? And she says to foreign intervention, the coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. Wait, you just said the liberals already took everything. And she says the liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. She stomps her rubber-booted foot. The ocean, the laws, and the people. Who were the coalition, we can ask? And she says, the coalition of nations, Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Orange, and Sur le Clef, the armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do. And we pass an empathy check. There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause. Moralist, we can ask, and she says, the moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. And we pass a physical instrument check. The rulers of Revachol and also the world. These guys are strong. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist. We could say, I don't think I'm a moralist, ma'am. Or not just technically, practically as well. I like what I've heard about these people. Or 3, if always picking the option that doesn't commit to anything, then hell yeah, I am. And also, not. Let's go with number 2. So far, they're the best as far as I've been able to hear. And we gain +1 morale. A devout man of the center, she nods. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate approach to head shooting. In your line of work, I mean. The problem with this game is I talk so much that I barely have a chance to get through my cigar. I typically go through 2 cigars a stream, but when I stream Disco Elysium, I barely finish my first. When was this kerfluffle, we can say? And she says, the turn of the century revolution? She smiles mischievously. Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isola of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved. Who started it, we can ask? It wasn't a who, but a what? A pandemic of Zarath. a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Why is it that every game I play, we somehow come right roundabout back to a virus? It's like every game I play since COVID-19 has had something to do with a virus. Vampire had a virus. I don't know about Horizon Zero Dawn just yet. And I suppose Witcher 3 doesn't have a virus. Besides those games, all the other games I've been playing has viruses. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government. What did this Zathareth do, we can ask. And she says it made people overthrow their governments. Wow, really? We can ask. And she says, of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark. Where did it spread from there, we can ask. And she says, from Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in 2008, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end. Melina Richards says, Elysium world map shows most of the cities and such are in the remains of Europe, so some kind of cataclysmic event took place. Well, I don't have the world map just yet. I look forward to taking a look at it. The Atlantic Ocean is smaller than the Pacific, so if she said that it was in the world's largest ocean, then this island should be in the Pacific. If, however, it is in the Atlantic and it's an island, well, then it would be in the Mediterranean Sea or just outside of it. But then again, we can see skyscrapers from the distance, so it couldn't be the Pacific. Because if you're in an island in the middle of the Pacific, you can't see anything for as long as the eye can see. If you see something on the horizon, then you're in the Mediterranean Sea. What came next, we can ask, and she says, why, you and I, officer. She spreads her arms, raincoat flapping in the wind. Our lives in the zone of control. And we pass an inland empire check. Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat, and you have a necktie? A pair of pants? Jason Whitaker says, Witcher 3 has an active plague, Ox. Does it really? Well, I haven't gotten to that part yet. Our lives are very different from each other, we can say. And she says, no doubt, but we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you'd think. Well, what about the zone of control, we can ask? And she says, a city-state divided into free markets under the everlasting interregnum of the coalition of nations, and you, of course, the citizens' militia. And we pass a spirit decor check. The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of a reappropriated silk mill, Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage. Joyce says the zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol after the failure of Suzerain and the Commune. What happened to the rest of the world, we could ask? Ken Clive says this game accurately predicted 2020, pandemic plus revolution. Well, we got the pandemic. Let's hope that the revolution doesn't happen. Joyce says modernity. They developed the marvels of intersolary communication, telematic milieu, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade. It's been like this for how long exactly? And we can ask. And she says 43 years. Hard to fathom, I know. What have we been doing all of that time, we can ask? And she says, the 20s saw a decade of urban war. West of the river, leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before the war. 08 to 19 was simply hell. And after that, we can ask? She says, the 30s, things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven with an international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere. Were they, we can ask, and we gained 5 experience? No. It was a market mirage, fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an insula-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are. She curtsies. And with that, we complete our reality lowdown, and we get 70 experience. Welcome to reality, baby, she says. And we pass an empathy check. From the look of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes, days slipping away. You don't seem to be thrilled, we can say, and she says, I have no right to be dissatisfied, and she shakes her head. This shirt is Barbara Muskova. This raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed for 100 years. My daughters will wear it. No, it's just... And she looks at the crumbling tenements, the paint flecked from the stone. Her voice is almost wistful. We could have had so much more. Every one of us, if only we'd played it right. At least she seems to be a humanist. I can deal with a humanist. What would you have done differently, we can ask? And she says, good question. She cranes her neck. What would you have done differently? And we have 5 options. I asked you, who are you in all of this? Or I would have sought a medical solution. Sounds like Zareth drove those people mad. Or I would have killed more, 400 million if that's what it took. Or I would have made off with the mineral rights. Or I don't know what I would have done differently. We don't have any good options. We don't have, like, I would have healed the sick. Well, I suppose we do have that in number 2. Kind of. Let's try number 2. And we pass a shivers check. A cold creeps up your spine, reaching its tendrils up your neck towards the back of your head. And she says, so a quarter of humanity, she calculates, simply lost their minds? And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, on life with the technology 50 years ago? 1, with some hygiene, modest social care, and perhaps a little research program. Or liquidate the rabid, prion-infested dogs who would want to kill everyone with cleansing artillery fire, or with privatized health care and a work ethic that does not turn your brain into sponge tissue. Or, okay, maybe it's impossible. What happened had to happen and always will. I mean, that's the option. And we gain another healed morale, and we pass another shivers check. The wind stops, and for a moment there is silence. The charge dissipates into the dark water. All is quiet on the Martinez Inlet. Always. And she says always. She nods. That's the can't-do attitude that truly defines late modernity. You may prove a modern man yet. I'm really going down the modernist line, aren't I? That's enough about the times, we can say. And she says, they are what they are. Who knows? An after bloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know? Holy cow, this dialogue tree. And it's 11 o'clock at night by now. What is this acute encephalopathy, we can ask? And she says, it's a neurological disorder caused by lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out. And we pass an empathy check. She conveys it in a short, cold bursts, trying not to invest too deeply in the condition of this doomed detective. What causes encephalopathy? Encephalopathy. I think I got it. Encephalopathy. What causes encephalopathy? Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use. Oh, it's definitely drinking, we can say, and she nods slowly, and we pass an electrochemistry check. What this boils down to is this reality thing is stupid. Blow this joint, grab a bottle, and drain this crap down your throat. The horrific necktie chimes in. Yes, and perform autoerotic asphyxiation on yourself with your funny necktie. Out in the open somewhere. Jeez. We pass a volition check. Wait. This reality thing is the only game in town. It's probably in your interest not to blow it. I have somewhere to party right now. Or wipe that urge from your mind and get back to reality. Let's get back to reality and not auto-asphyxiate ourselves with the necktie. Thanks. She stares at you, head tilted to the side with a slightly concerned look on her face. All right, well. It's high. But I passed a higher check, or I failed a higher check earlier. So before moving on to that, let's go on to, I want to know what you are. And she hums. We pass a volition check. She won't maneuver her way out of this one. What are you? We can ask. And she says, I am the vilest of the vile, she says with a sudden flash of teeth. A traitor, a devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra. She's an ultra. What were they? What were the ultra liberals? Is what they were. It's sharp. We pass a half-light check. Wait, what's an ultra? We can say, but she answered that for us already. We could say Dios mío, and we draw a cross. A liberal. We could try that. And she goes, yes. And she nods slowly. I am the nether center of the forbidden swamp. I pushed the king under the crap wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists. I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. She looks into your eye. You're a centrist at heart, a real moralist now. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening? We pass an empathy check. In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride. Suggestion, forgive her. Electrochemistry, but only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes. Ooh, we can flirt with her? Really? I forgive you, but only because you're charming, we can say. And she goes, a duellel, she pronounces, who, being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly. We pass another electrochemistry check. Beneath her waterproof raincoat and silk shirt is a body imbibed with number 12 perfume. You are suddenly and intimately aware of it. That file option! I can't read that. Number 1, Vile Devil. Shake your head slowly, or nod. Devil woman. Or 3, want a screw? Ah. I can't do that one. Not only is it bad for the stream, but I don't think she would go for it either. It would probably be best if we say devil woman in like French or something. So, Vile Devil. And she goes, I hope so. I hope we're able to continue as friends despite my scaly bulk and the insanity, bloodshed, and transfer of wealth that took place here. It was not the plan all along. Klala's upset that I didn't choose it. Sorry, Klal. Well, I couldn't do it. I mean, she's like this older woman, right? I'm trying to solve the case. When the dust settles, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. She turns her gaze to the Delta. This was our last generation. Mangled. Would you have done something differently, we can ask? And she says, with due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery. And we pass a shivers check while a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt east. Light drizzle washing it clean. Lights go up and motor carriages circulate the tracks. I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris and the Delta beachheads either. If not for my own sake, then for my daughter's. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the Holy Zola down rather than let them have it. So she really is a revolutionary. And we pass an inland empire check. Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean. So you're a patriot, we can say. And we gain 5 experience. Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here. You're a smart woman, we can say, and she says perhaps. Her earrings chime as she nods. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing. You have daughters, we can conclude, and we gain 5 more experience. And she says, yes, whatever else I am also a mother and a wife. She closes her eyes. I'm glad we didn't ask her to screw. Whoa, she's a wife. I'm glad we didn't ask that. She closes her eyes, then opens them again. Now, shall we return to reality? What is this? and we can spread our hands. A bird? She tilts her head. A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Am I really that awkward, we can say? And she goes, of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. I meant, what is this place here, we can ask. And she says, she spreads her arms almost as wide. This is the Pierre Rue de Saint-Gilles 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two. She looks around. What is Rue de Saint-Gilles 33A, we can ask, and we gain 5 experience. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see, and new buildings are called batements, after les batements nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They are old. She looks up at the crumbling facade. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall, a real high-rise by the standards of the last century, built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay and the delta. That was before the war, of course. Who lived in them, we can ask, and she says mostly the urban middle class, I believe. One was once primo real estate before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off. Whoa! Cindy the Skull! Splat, splat! From a dilapidated balcony, Cindy the Skull gives Joyce the evil eye, her red paintbrush held to her throat. Wonderful, says Joyce. What is that? We can point to Cindy the Skull. And she says, the girl in the old lady rags? And we say, yes. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture. Infraculture, we can ask, and she says, yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We are common, the herd, the music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant. Those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. I mean, it makes sense. I understand everything. Make it more complicated somehow, we can say, and we gain 5 experience and a new level. She says I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critics into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead. She pauses to take a long, leisurely sip of tea. All right, what's next? We can at last pass the esprit de corps check and say, what is, and we can think of something close to us. What is 6 kilometers southwest in the Valley of Dogs? Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emile Mullins, whispers, you heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez? Yes, he lost his mind. Is that our nickname, Tequila Sunset? Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. Don't worry, Emile. He pulls on it slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do. What am I, we can say? And Joyce says, You are an officer of the RCM, she says energetically. The Revocol Citizens Militia? Precisemundo, she says. Good. And what is the Revocol Citizens Militia, we can say? And she says nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revocol, detective. You said de facto. And she says, yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin. And what do you mean, we can ask? And she says, the RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency Wayfarer and Ailments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire status to the benefit of foreign capital. So I'm basically a lackey of capital, we can ask, and she says there's nothing basic about your role, detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it, and she leans in. Yet on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you. Why, we can ask, and she says, the post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They call it the International Zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed, a true blue citizens initiative. And she smiles. They will never forgive you. And we gain 5 experience. Sean Fornango says, did you get the dice from the old woman ox? Not yet. I don't think I've earned the money yet. But I'll go back and check in on her in a bit. So permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police, the only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. Thank you, ma'am, we can say. And she says, and if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I am here to help. And she bows and smiles. Well, we can ask this question again. Oh, that's it for the who I am part then, we can say. And that's it, yeah. So we could pass a conceptualization check. It's a white check. We could retry it. And we fail. A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The waves sway the sloop slowly. That's all. It's on the tip of your tongue. A doubt of sorts already in your head, but it's not fully formed yet. You have to wait and return to this later once the jamais vu thought is complete. So we need to increase our conceptualization to get that up. That's it for now then. We can conclude. And that's all. Of course, detective, take care. Wow. 3 thoughts. Sauve faire. Wow, you work hard, says Sauve faire. I do, we say. Oh, yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide. I guess I do. Yeah, we can say. Oh, yeah, like a horse. A workhorse for hard work. What hard work do I do exactly? Look at yourself, says Sauve faire. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride. Yeah, I ride a little. Or I'm not sure if I ride. Or I screw and ride till I die, jerk. That's just what it's like. Life and death. But you got gills on your side, baby. And those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You don't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer. I guess I've made some gills, sure. Or, oh, and then there's pawning stuff off to the suspicious Roy guy. Yeah, you're in the sales business, too. Shake him for crap and then pawn it off law officer style. Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now ask yourself, are you rich? Yes, quite, we can say. Get out of here. You're a pauper. You work harder than anyone. Almost rode yourself into the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? We can say it's because of that Gart guy riding my butt, or the system is broke, or there's a market for corrupt cops out there, but the immigrant cops have price dumped it, or taxes, man, or I don't know. Why am I so poor? Well, we could say it's the Gart guy because he keeps charging us a lot. The Gart man has set himself up one of those self-replicating money structures. You should learn from it. Don't play the victim. Think hustler. Think with your head. It's taxes, man. And Sauve faire goes, that's right, 100%. Doggone G-Man's got his jam covered, sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, or so much as sneeze. Really? Every time I sneeze, we can say? And Sauve faire says, yeah, every time you wipe your butt, they got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation: sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax, alimony, one tax that doesn't even have a name, plus there's the other stuff people in other countries pay for that make them ask for more money from you here. Total tax duties add up to 98% of all your money. Ken Clive says, this is like talking to your brain in Old World Blues. You know, it has a lot in common. All right, are you sure? That seems like a pretty big number we can ask. And Suave Fair says, what are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples? Bleeding nipples are kind of a pain, but how will deregulation help with that? We can opt in, but only a little. We gain a thought. Indirect modes of taxation. It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as possessing as top marginal tax rates. And don't you forget it. There's another thought here. Thought complete. Kolda Mamadakwa. What does this grant us? It's not only your eardrums that register sound anymore. Your very skin has become an organ of hearing, looking for a whisper light and low, a god who's very, very silent. Nothing escapes you. A cockroach in the other room, a candy wrapper falling on dry grass, a drunk falling from a chair in a bar 20 meters away. In fact, you haven't heard the Kolda Mamadakwa, but you have discovered that you have amazing hearing. It must be the only part of you the alcohol hasn't drowned yet. Keep listening. +3 to perception. Golden ear. -1 to encyclopedia. No room for anything else. I like it. We still can't unlock this? How many skill points does it take to unlock one? Yes! Let's research Detective Cousteau. Oh, this one's already unlocked. Coach physical instrument. Indirect modes of taxation, Jamais Vu, or the 15th Indo tribe. I should have done Coach Physical Fitness. All right, I'm running out of slots here. I've only got 3 left. Well, I wonder if I could swap some out here. Some kind of superstar, and I really like that one. -1 to logic, but learning caps for everything else is going up. Long way home. Perception is raised. That raises the cap for volition and logic. +3 to perception. That's pretty great. And I like aces low. Well, let's keep researching those then. I guess I don't understand why I can't unlock that one, but I could unlock these. All right. Shadows on the water, green plants under the calm surface. Okay, well, it's getting late. We should probably go hit the sack, huh? How much money do we have? Probably not a lot. I wonder if I could pass the policeman check again. Let's try it. Because when I sleep, I'm going to heal everything anyway. Wait, is this how I get up there? Oh, it's locked. Well, I've got a couple of days. Ooh, what's that? Hey, I should probably put that bag back in my inventory. Oh no, I've got it. I've got it in my inventory. Free money. Now that I have that one thought that provides zoom focus, I wonder if looking out these cameras will do anything. Let's look inside. A thick layer of graffito covers the lens as you spell out the word Unuk written on the other side with N and C scribbled on backwards. Under the graffito, I think we've been through all of this before. Yep. Ooh, the lady went home. Something waiting for me there. Okay, well, I want to go to the top of what's her name's apartment because there was something waiting for me there. Nothing new in here. Let's take the ladder to the top, see if I can get that raincoat. $58%. Gosh. You'd think by now I would get it. This is my third time trying to get the coat. Doggone it. Alright, well, I guess I'll try again. Okay. Faster, come on. Why can't I sprint? Well, what's that? Well, let's go figure out what that is. And I think we'll probably get Kim back after we sleep. Ooh, disco lights. Oh yeah. Can I sing up here? I want to be the superstar, no?
Can I help you?
About my bill for tonight, I don't have the money yet. So I can't sleep. I don't have the money. I don't have 20 real. Well, where did our friend go? She's not in bed. This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo. We can run our fingers across the surface of the glass, smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges, but the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips, no hairline fractures. Okay? What is this? Look, a handful of dried white wildflowers. Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them up from the roof, picking them up into the air. We can try to pass a hand-eye coordination check to move your hand fast. Ooh, this game! I can't pass any checks. The wind brushes them off the roof. They're gone. Am I going to be following these doggone flowers for the whole game? Man. All right, let's see if we can get inside our bedroom, or maybe the door's locked. Please, let me in, let me in, let me in. No, I can't. It's locked. All because I don't have the money. I could go to the pawnbroker, I guess. How much money do I have? 20 real? Jeez. I need to pay for that dice, too. Where does it show my money? Oh, I can interact with the photo of tattoos. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time the lines intersect, a small white star is formed in the crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. It almost looks like the electronic patterns inside a radio computer or an old filament memory, but not quite. Who are you? Photo of tattoos, I'm gone. What's the meaning of the tattoo for you to discover? You've gotten as far as you will without assistance. Someone close to the victim might know more. Suggestion. We can put the photo away. Well, then maybe we can show the photo to what's her name, but in the morning. Ox next to the clock. Oh, I've got 12 real. Oh, thank you. Well, since I can't sleep, let's go to the roadblock. Ooh, what's this? That's new. Scribbled between the thighs of a page 3 girl, Le Ring du Disco. Plastic wrapped macaroni stamped with humanitarian aid. This says humanitarian aid tuna fish not for resale. This says speakers from the people of Samara. This says food gift from the people of Messina. The truck workers are probably all sleeping right now. So there's the bridge that's out. Let's see if our guy is still over here. Nope, he went to sleep. So we've got to talk to the truckers before we raise the bridge. Can I sell any of the junk that I've been collecting to this pawnbroker? Let's try selling some of our junk. Wait, what's this? Rack of secondhand uniforms. Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Heimdall burning. We can sniff the t-shirt. Smells like worn cotton and a little old sweat there. We pass a perception check. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin. Bird's Nest Boy says, sniffing is okay, says the shopkeep, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions on the fabric, in the fabric of things you're not going to buy. And we pass an Inland Empire check. You're not imagining it. Photon emissions? What is he talking about? That's a rad Man from Heimdall t-shirt you've got there. And he says, hell yeah, man. The shopkeep sounds enthusiastic. I don't usually carry printed tees, but this one was just such a pure exemplar. We've got a lot in common, I can say. I'm a big fan of the Man from Heimdall, too. And he grimaces. I wouldn't go so far as to say I'm a fan, but I do think the Heimdallerman saga is an integral part of our shared reality. Most people don't think that the Man from Heimdall really existed, but they're wrong. What did you mean the Man from Heimdall was real, we can say? And he says, I mean, even if the Man from Heimdall didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's simple, really. Well, we can say, I'm totally with you, man. Reality has a way of bending back in on itself. And he goes, exactly. Cause and effect work in both directions. Besides, I've been to Katla, though not quite as far north as Heimdall, and watched the northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique energetic tides there. And we pass an Inland Empire check. Very, very unique energies indeed. Geomagnetic ley lines, one might even say. And we pass a physical instrument check. Stop talking about this nerd stuff. It'll make you weedy. Buy the damn shirt already. It's powerful. How much for this t-shirt, we can ask? And he says 2 real. Sounds like a good deal, although I wouldn't really know. Or couldn't you just give it to me for free then, we can ask? And he says, he frowns, but why? And we can say, because I'm a broke cop without a cent to my name, or the Man from Heimdall is a superstar, and I'm a superstar. It would be perfect. Or perhaps I could repay you in some other way. Let's try superstar. And we get it. And he goes, he thinks about it. I suppose that makes sense. Yeah, please go ahead and take it. Welcome to Heimdall. All right, I got the shirt for free. Yeah, because I'm a superstar. Let's try it on. +1 to physical instrument, +1 to shivers, -2 to authority. Look at that shirt. I wonder if I can go past that physical instrument check now. This one was +1 to conceptualization, a real statement to wear, -1 because to suggestion because it had an unsavory order. Man, I'm really trashing my my authority with all these things I'm wearing. Anyway, what was I going to do? I was going to try and sell something.
Hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Do you have any recordings of the Col de Mamadaqua? The Col de Mamadaqua? He looks at you with astonishment. Sorry, I would never have guessed that you were interested in ultrasonic sounds, or birds for that matter. 3 options. I've been thinking of quitting the RCM and becoming a cryptozoologist, or I have hobbies, just like all normal people because I'm a normal person, or well, I wouldn't have guessed that you would know what the Col de Mamadaqua was. Let's try that. And he goes, that's fair. It's been a long time since my Col de Mamadaqua hunting days. He responds with a thin smile. Once knew a group of young musicians who decided they didn't want to play music anymore and started looking for all sorts of interesting sounds instead. This was before, lost touch with them after that. That sounds cool, we can say. And he says, cool or not, one of them was obsessed with recording the Col de Mamadaqua. And he was one of those passionate people who knows a lot about all kinds of strange things. So he got the rest of us to join in his search. And did you ever find it, we can ask? And he says, we thought we did. We got together all these recordings of unusual sound patterns, compared them, he chuckles, cut them up and combined them into the Symphona Col de Mamadaqua. That's not very scientific, we can say. That really wasn't the point. After the symphona, we moved on to the sound of office supplies or something like that, and I doubt any of us would have been any good at pushing papers. Can I listen to it, we can say? And he says, unfortunately, I don't have any recordings from my old life. None at all. But I do have a tape with some ultrasonic sounds that might be what you're looking for. He starts rummaging through the tapes behind the counter. Spin that bird song, we can say. And he dusts off the case, then takes out the tape and places it on the tape player. This recording comes from down the coast. Wasn't looking to record anything specific, just left a recording device there on one morning. Keep in mind, I have to slow this one down enough to make sounds well over 200 kilohertz, audible to the human ear. It will be strange. He switches on the tape player. The speakers begin to emit a low hum. As the hum grows louder, modulating but always unnaturally, uncomfortably low, like it's coming not from the speakers but also from inside your chest. Breathing is becoming difficult. And we pass a half-light check. Not good. Not good. You're about to start suffocating. You have to stop this. And we pass an inland empire check. There's a growing sense of dread. The sound is coming from inside you, but also surrounding you. It feels as though someone is standing just outside your range of vision and watching you, doing this to you. Birdnest Boy says. He nods to you reassuringly, just as more diverse, higher-pitched sounds, some random, some appearing to form patterns, hit your eardrums. What's that, we can ask, and he says gulls and squaws. But shh. He raises a pointer finger and inclines his head towards the speaker. A new, very high-pitched, shivering sound emerges amidst the others, and we pass a perception check. That's it. The signal and the noise, the thin whisper. The low range of sounds is easier to handle with a focal point, but still troubling. You are mesmerized by the sounds, but also feel nausea welling up as the motif continues, then begins to recede, dissolving in what must be the sound of water lapping at the bank. And we gain 5 experience. He switches off the tape player. You know now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the Col de Mamadaqua. Wrong patterns, wrong photons, probably some insect trying to sing higher than its predators can hear. Still fascinating, aren't they? Early morning sounds. We can go through this again to see if we can get a different option. And that just brings us out. All right. Wait a minute. I wanted to buy something.
Let me know if I can help you with anything.
I could try to show him the photo of the corpse. Oh, no. I don't like those kinds of objects, he says. No sale. He barely even looks at it. Do you know what the tattoos mean? We can ask, and he frowns. Aphonic paths? Counter-radiance networks? Anti-magnesium? It's darkness, that's all I know. Sell me something lighter. We could again sell our clothes. Let's access the pawn menu. We've got the green pen, the shot put ball. We can't sell any of the... Ah, that's it. I don't really want to sell any of that stuff. Bummer. Well, then who do I sell my knickknacks to? Okay, so that's a dead end. At least for now. Stop! Between those trucks down there. Smoke! Go get them! A bold slogan, Human Ox, covers the truck. Horseback Monument. An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing towards the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods. Who is this, we can ask? And the monument says, a silver plaque on the statue pedestal reads, I am Philippe III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philippe II, the opulent, father of Philippe IV, the insane. We pass a perception check. As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece. What indentations? What do I see? Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass around where the heart is. A bullet? Someone's shot him in the heart. Interesting. We can try to pass an encyclopedia check. What did the king do? What did he do? You have no idea what you did a week ago. How would you know what this guy did many centuries ago? High above you, the king stands triumphantly oblivious to your memory trouble. Bummer. Well. Hey, take all. What is this? Item gain, white tank top. +1 to physical instrument. Sweet. I wish I could wear 2. Ruins full of snow. No one lives here anymore. Alright, well, I need to find that smoke between the trucks. A foreign car kept in good condition. I'm getting more money, but it's not enough just yet. The lorries probably store fuel here now. Now they store booze. More money. All right, I think I missed something down here. Let's explore down here first, and then we'll move up. What's in the back of the truck? More money, sweet. Still not even close. Wolf Dragon Tamer says, Human Ox? They knew you were coming. It's a trap. Pale Driver. The small wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hand, and there is a warm smile on her face. We pass an Inland Empire check. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter. Some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your grandma, we can say. Or we can snap our fingers in front of her face. Or, excuse me, ma'am, I'd like to ask some questions. Let's try grandma. And she goes, nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is gray like lead. No, this one is a monster in disguise. Excuse me, ma'am, I'd like to ask some questions we can ask. No response. Whatever this woman is, your words fail to reach her. So finally, we can snap our fingers.
Where am I? Who are you?
Like a magician recalling a subject from hypnosis, you've jolted her back to reality. We pass an empathy check. The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the weary aspect of a cornered beast. We could say I'm law around here, but no. Let's say, are you all right,
Never
man?
mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in the traffic jam. In the 50s.
She added with wink tap. Well, what's so bad about the 50s?
Men
we can
have
ask?
small jaws, and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber?
Where else would you
Back
be
in
then?
Mefke, during the time of the revolution, the sidewalks and coffees are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boydero picture starring Gabriel Buenguerro. Until you come along, that is.
Who's Gabriel Buenguerro?
This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
And she shows us the photograph. We can take a look. A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide-brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw is the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen. We pass a suggestion, Shaq. This man's got a hold over her. even 50 years later, you can
He
feel
was
it.
the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of the cinema whenever he came on the screen, and schoolboys used to memorize all his lines.
She leans back, savoring the world she's conjured up. So I take it you were in Mesk when you were young?
Someone was.
She nods as though her meaning were perfectly clear. Someone? Are these not your memories?
They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They are beautiful. That is all that matters, beautiful and true. And they will win. They are coming for this, you know. All of this.
We pass an empathy check. She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching. Sorry to interrupt your dreaming, ma'am.
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, low man. It was early spring, and the man behind the black sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden.
Her eyes narrow, and she appears to take your measure.
While you people were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution. In Mezque, it was a golden age.
Right, well, I've got some questions for you. Police questions.
Why not, Jerife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
She settles back against the railing of her motor lorry. Behind her, mountains of memorabilia, photos, and knickknacks line the dashboard. And we pass an Inland Empire check. There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow. What are you hauling, we can ask. Diamonds, she says. Diamonds, really? Of course not, she says, grinning, but wouldn't it be marvelous if I was? Okay, but what are you really hauling, we can ask. And she says, well, she shrugs. Whatever stupid thing they put in the lorry, I imagine. So you don't know what you're hauling in your own lorry? And she says, I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. She smiles a careless smile. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean. And we pass an electrochemistry check. She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason. Wait, so you get high off driving a lorry? And she goes, oh, it's so much more than high. Where I go, Zerif. It's low. I go to the bottom. She closes her eyes in reverie. Yeah, says electrochemistry, it's definitely some kick. Some terrible kick in the dark. A sleep kick. Perhaps you can find out later. What if the cargo is contraband, we can ask? Then it's contraband, lawman. She says, what? You want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermelingo. I still don't really understand this whole Boyadero Gabriel Bunero thing. And she says, of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to On the Westward Plain. Okay, what's this, we can say? She says it's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plains. And I'm guessing that doesn't ever happen. Oh, of course not, she says. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plains a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the River Magritte, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down. I think I see where this is going, we say. So the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Marguerite. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him. Oh, well, that's not where I thought this was going, we can say. And she says, you have to understand, a true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a Boyadero. And we pass an Inland Empire check. What if to truly love a Boyadero is to float lifeless downstream? Before I came, you seemed away, we can say. And she says, what do you mean? Well, you were in a dream. Inactive, tuned out. Yes, what about it? What routes, do we ask? And she says, Lomonosov's land, Udachanya Zemla, the Western Plain. She nods and closes her eyes again, letting her mind submerge. We pass a shivers check. A terrible cold comes over her, rattling her teeth as she stares inward. The Transcatla Magistral. U-41A, as Estradas do Mirador, all the good ones, the deep trenches where the bluebirds fly. She opens her eyes again and shudders. 3 options. I'm something of an expert in blacking out. You should take better care of yourself, or this should be reported to the proper authorities, or cool, ride until you're dust, sister, we can say. And she goes, hermano, and she breathes out, I already am dust. Show me the soles of your boots, we can ask. And she goes, no, what? And now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Zarif? It's for an important police investigation, ma'am. Or please help me out here. It's important. Or nothing, I guess. Let's say, please help me out. And she goes, please? She raises her boots slowly with contempt. I think you should let me get back to the Gabrielle Bunamero. You're no Gabrielle. Gabrielle doesn't say please. She's wearing sturdy worker's boots made of black leather. Buckles run across. The sole is also made of leather. Now the other one, please, we can say. Just before Gabrielle, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now there was a real man. There is no aberration in the pattern that you can see. And she puts her boots down. We can pass a visual calculus check. Moreover, the boots weren't size 37, tiny. There are too many discrepancies in all of this. Wait, what do you mean it was the coronation of Franco Negro? It was, she shrugs, and then it was no more. And I was no longer holding my father's hand. He was no longer descending the stairs in Rahel. The crowd had gone silent. Perhaps it was another Zarif who came and woke me up looking at my boots, asking questions. Or perhaps it was one of the others in this carnival. I don't remember. We pass a composure check. As she says carnival, she gestures to the empty square with the statue and the machines. These are not the boots I was looking for, we realize, and we gain 5 experience. The feet of a little girl, she smiles. They fit well on the pedals. You seem like a woman who knows a thing or two about drugs, we can say. And she says, what do I need drugs for, lawman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary. No drugs can compare. The great adversary, we say. And she says, yes, there is a protagonista. Protagonista. She gestures to the intersection. And an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There is no coming back from that hall. We pass a half-light check. I don't like the sound of any of that. Sounds like a horrible drug. The worst one of them all. Well, we could say that's not what I'm getting at. Or where could I get my hands on experience like that? And she says, if you don't know, pfft. She flicks her wrist in a gesture of casual dismissal. What is it that you're hauling exactly, we can ask. And she says, you're my lawman. What of it? Okay, let me put this another way. Are you smuggling drugs through Terminal B? And she says, and her shoulder bones crack as she shrugs. Maybe, maybe not. It makes no difference to me either way. You said earlier you don't know what cargo you're hauling. Could it be drugs, we ask. And she say, just this month, I made 6 trips from Samariza to Grad on the U-41A. What do you think they take from Samariza to Grad, lawman? Drugs, we can say. And she says, no, lawman, diamonds. And she grins. So diamonds is her euphemism for drugs. Half-light. Damn this, make her answer. 4 options. Are you making fun of me right now? You better start complying. I didn't ask you about diamonds, did I? I don't care about that. Or if you had to guess, who do you think is smuggling drugs around here? Let's start with 1. And she goes, I would never make fun of a real lawman, Zarif. All right, 2. Diamonds are good for you, lawman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty, like Eva de Choras. Easy. It's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. She squints across the square. Also, he's the only one I can see from here. And we pass a visual calculus check. That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others. Okay, if you're not involved with the drug trafficking, then why are you still waiting here? And she says, where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the features of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back to where it will, to the Great Plains. That's it for now. Yes, go, she says. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesk. And her voice trails off. So she is hauling drugs, and she pointed to a skinny guy. says Greer. Hello, what's this? Healing item gained. All right. Frite. Door's locked. And we're back at the Whirling in Rags. Goods from the lorry haphazardly litter the surroundings. Closed for winter, please use main entrance. I think that's the whole world, right? Have we explored every inch of this? And it looks like everything over here is closed down because it's nighttime. Oh, there's some guys up there. Look at this, a staircase. Let's do a save. I haven't saved in a while. A notice, in case of strike, press button behind guard. A hermetically sealed door locked by electronic means. There is no lock picking or door kicking this one. Oh, we need to get to this box back here. Okay, let me see. I'm probably going to need authority on this guy. This is -2 to authority. Let's put +1 to drama, +1 to physical instrument. Let's put that on. -1 to rhetoric. Probably don't want that. The gloves. What gloves do I have on? That's electrochemistry. Spirit de corps and drama. I mean, that gives me physical instrument and shivers. But if I'm going to be passing a check with him, let's see. What tools can I put on? This is -2 to authority. Gosh, I don't want that. I guess we'll go with the tank top for now.
Your body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
The young woman at the giant's side agrees. Is this the guy that the lady down by the lorry was pointing to? My body betrays my degeneracy? Your body does not betray your degeneracy. That's a lie. You're in great shape. And we pass an authority check. Don't say anything. Size him up first. All right, let's size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology?
A ripple of muscle passes underneath his skin. He lets you look.
It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, I'm Sandwich.
Ah!
You are not in danger because you are not a threat to me.
He called me a ham sandwich. Let's puff out my chest and still say nothing.
What is this androgynous display of sexual maturity?
He looks down at you, taking stock of your physique. And we pass an endurance check. Merely standing up makes you sweat profusely. Your breathing is erratic. Your own heartbeat in your ears grows frantic. And you feel your blood pressure rise.
Stop it. You are embarrassing yourself in front of this woman. This display of weakness may appeal to older women with a stronger maternal instinct, but it is a liability here on Battlefield Martinez.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
Is this the new catchphrase for the game? Your body betrays your degeneracy? What do you mean my body betrays my degeneracy?
You have succumbed to Al-Ghul.
His face contorts in disgust, as if he were smelling a dead rat.
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
What? There's an invisible sword of Al Ghul emerging from my mouth, making women uncomfortable? Oh, alcohol! Al Ghul. Okay. Wait, Al Ghul? You're right, I'm an alcoholic. Now I need to enter the harbor. I don't have a problem with Al Ghul. I just drink a little on the weekends. Let's say that.
Your mouth moves, but the one who speaks is Al Ghul. You are but a vessel for the Ghul now. Very little of yourself remains. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
Wow. Show him the ham still got its authority. Oh, do we even try authority? My authority is so bad here. One, let me make this clear. I'm not a drunk. I'm a cop. I just have a drink every now and then. Everyone does. Two, actually, I think the ham sandwich race still has it in them. Three, I am the police and I need you to comply now. Take a step closer. Four, the race stuff is unimportant here. Just need you to help me do my job, please. Let's talk about the ham sandwich race.
Willingly calling yourself a ham sandwich, how far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race.
What is he doing talking about my race?
You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft.
What is this guy doing talking about eugenics and race theory? Holy cow, where did this guy come from?
You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Quakers. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture.
I mean, if he is, Western civilization is obsessed with frivolous pop culture, and that's true. But who are the potato-obsessed Kojiktos, or the Kojktos? I gotta meet them. I'd love to meet anyone potato-obsessed. I think we'd have a lot to talk about.
You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
His body's betraying his degeneracy. Alright, we pass a interfacing check. There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor. Number one, come on, I just need you to move about 20 centimeters back. 2, push him out of the way. 3, you're right about all of this. Now I just need you to let me to go into the harbor. 4, the situation is serious. Your people have probably killed a man. I need to talk to your boss. Or 5, this is going nowhere. Well, I'm not going to push him. That's how I'm going to get killed. Let's reason with him. You're right about all of this, we can say.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war.
He wants a race war? Who is this guy?
Bring your troops to the Siminan Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum.
He's talking to me as if I have a great army of ham sandwich raced people that he's trying to talk to. I'm just a guy with a flashlight in his face. I just want to ask him questions. He's just ladling me with all of the stuff that he's assumed about my ham sandwich race.
The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality called art and your microcephalic skulls.
So all art is an ode to homosexuality. Oh, this guy. Oh, this guy. We pass a half-light check. This is your chance. He's talking. Rip into him with a punch and catch him off guard. Really? Suggestion, no. Don't rip into anyone. You're sensitive, remember? Communicate. I'm not going to beat this guy in a physical fight. I'm not going to push him, okay? We've got a couple of... Ooh! Suggestion is against it. My conceptualization is low. Let's go through the dialogue and see if that raises anything. Isn't Everard, the union boss, white? Oh, so Ham Sandwich is his pseudonym for white? Okay. Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that. He turns his eyes towards the harbor, seemingly bored with you. We pass an authority check. There must be some friction there. He's keeping it well hidden, however. Okay, so he's racist against white people, but his boss is white. So he's trying to not say anything bad about his boss. Maybe we can push him into that. Maybe we can leverage his racism against white people to allow us to pass. Yeah, but you still serve him. How does that factor into your life? Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront international capital, something your race, naivistic communists, never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic. Ranker says crap his crap up. Oh, I crapping would if it wasn't so crappy at crappy fighting. I could say I'm no communist, or communism is pretty cool, or individualism is my jam, or my jam is a mysterious fourth thing. That's what we'll say that. And we get some healed morale, and I unlock an achievement, the world's most laughable centrist. I just got an achievement, the world's most laughable centrist. And Measurehead says jam, individualism. You've gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not? Have you picked them up from rock and roll songs? I've gotten it from disco, actually. Offshoots of the Seminoles people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. It's a shame upon my race, but what's done is done. I am not surprised you enjoyed it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race. He's taking credit for disco, but he's blaming it on cocaine. Oh. Okay, I'll ask, who are the Seminoles? And he says the South Island race, haplogroup A4A. He's all up in the haplogroup now? Man, this guy is like super racist. We are the rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descended from the Areopagites of the ancient Pericarnassans and arrived here 4,000 years ago, millennia before you. We are the future. That is all you need to know. So we can say you were born and raised on the islands before you moved to Revachol? And he says, I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulunbur are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminoles women walk into the gray mass on Idol de Phantom, waiting on Immaculate Conception from the Pale. What is this game? I don't even understand what I'm reading. So you did come from the islands? And he says, no. And he cranes his head. I have heard about it on the radio. And we pass a suggestion check. He would be appreciative if you did not further chase this line of inquiry in front of the women. Cool, we can say. Yes, he says. Know anything about this mug? And we can show him the racist mug we picked out from the garbage can. He does not so much as glance at the object. Know anything about it? Stop showing me your pathetic cup! I have no interest in it! And we pass a physical instrument check. Does he strike you as the kind of man who puts mugs into trash? Why are you with the Hardy Boys, we can ask. And he says, I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. And he looks towards the coast defiantly. In addition, these so-called Hardy Boys are an effeminate clique of bodybuilders. Their company is spiritually degrading. But you're all part of the union, we can say. And he says the Hardy Manlets are on the pay of the company. I answer to the union alone. And I do this out of race heroism. Finance is an alien concept to the Seminoles. Now leave me be, I must luxuriate in the company of my woman. Ah. Shoal.com says, okay, who was high when they wrote this? I have a feeling this entire game was written while like a group of 3 people were just high off their asses for like a year. What are the tattoos you're supposed to mean, we can ask. And he says, racists are generally not very good examples of their race. And he gestures towards the lorryman down the street. I guess I haven't met them yet because it was dark. We pass a perception check. Welcome to Revicol. You hear him yell at the red-haired woman visiting the fleet nearby. I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. This is straight up Aryan race Nazi stuff. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt. And we pass a physical instrument check. True, that is a noble cranium, but you got a hard noggin yourself. We could say you're right. That's craniometric perfection. My race does not stand a chance. Or we could say nothing. Or, are you sure I'm not craniometrically superior to you? After all, we are wearing a hat. How can you tell? And he says, you exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia and sexual inaccountability. He's reading this all from our jaw. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, the dimple in your jaw makes you look like a baby. This is not craniometry. This is observation. What else we can say? And he says, it is impossible to see any more of your bone structure. It is covered in the ravages of Al Ghul. From what remains of your features, I can see fleshy lips, baldness of the head, and long arms relative to lower limbs. And we gain 5 experience. This leads me to conclude you are not a police officer. You are a common criminal, an offspring of murderers and sailors from Sur-la-Clef and Vesper, and possibly even the degenerate sheep herders of Ubi. Interesting. So one of my ancestors was a Sur-la-Chief and the other Vesper? And he says your racial heritage is uninteresting. It is the same as all Revicolians. Your parents and their parents made the decision to reproduce while under the influence of alcohol. That's the only reason you are here. And we pass an electrochemistry check. He's right there. It's almost impossible to get it on unless you're both drunk. It's too scary when people are sober. Okay. Okay, well, they're both white checks. Let's do the lower chance one first. Conceptualization. Subscribe to his advice of race theory. You're kidding me! You're kidding me! All the easy checks or medium checks in the game that I've tried to pass thus far, I fail. But when I try to pass a race theory check, of all checks, and I only have a 17% chance to pass it, I pass it. This game is just driving me bonkers. We pass the conceptualization check. Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff. Measurehead, I'm new to this world. Help me understand its races. I need to know what kind of different races there are. Oh God, are you guys ready for this? He's gonna base it on skull size and dimples. Here we go. There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile C through F race, cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need an education on? Oh man, just tell me about all these races, please. Type A. Those are the Seminese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Mon, of course. The Mon are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all lactose intolerant. A common result of inbreeding. Oh, you hear that first? If any of you are lactose intolerant, that's a common result of inbreeding. Check your lineage. A receding genetic pool has led the Mon on reprehensible street parades in Mon cities like Stadskanal and Verdifort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet and little green tassels on their hats. Wait, who exactly are the Mon? We can ask. And he says, you know them by the names of their nation states, the Oranges, the Gotswaldians, and the Congestners. My people simply call them the Mon. The Mon are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity, and tassel-centric culture inbreeding has led to a lactose-intolerant subrace whom no one can take seriously. Okay, got it, we can say. Who are Type A, then, in your view? The Vespertines, he says, and the Messians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meterians of Meteo, by the golden Psonic Sea, the Surinese of Surliclef, and even the North Congistanese, all have Type A race propensities. The other large mondial civilization, the Meschi, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem. He draws his finger across his face. Overproducing of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi music and eat toxic minced meat-based foods, which in turn only produces more sebum. Oh, this guy is just a treasure trove. You're not a Type A race if your body produces too much sebum, because you eat too much meat, and therefore it leaks into your brains. Wow. And who are these Semines and Areopagites at this? And he says, as proven by the Mon and the Mesk, Occidental Type A is in retrograde. The Semines and the Areopagite are on the ascent. And the Semines are the indigenous people of this and Insuldian archipelago, and the Semines inhabit the southern islands. He gestures towards the south, across the ocean. I am Semines, from the stock of Unubulia, de Isle de Phantom. And the Areopagites, we ask? The Areopagites are the master race of the Ilmarian Desert. The Semines are descendants from the Areopagites. We came here during a heroic migration from Ilmara to Insulinde, thousands of years before the lactose-intolerant, Mon-ridden Occidentals discovered this place. Bayrisher says, Oxhorn, Messina is an Italian city in Sicily. Is that right? So is this set in the real world or not? What's the difference between the Semines and the Areopagites? The Areopagites are sleek, long-haired. The Semines are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since the Super Isola of Pericarnassus. Ancient brains rest in their slender skulls. He falls silent, contemplating the beauty and the mystery. Then he continues, the latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Semino-Areopagite or Semiopagite super race. That is all. There are no more Type A races in the world. And we pass an inland empire check. Nature was not capable of more, apparently. Okay, so tell me about the Type B races, please. And Measurehead says, Type B are the unheroic races, the amorphous non-competitors of the great race, the Kojokes and the Vacoliers. They are mud-colored people. Oh, really? Mud-colored, we can say. And he says, to an untrained eye, the Kojko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eyes and you will see, and he squints, full of sage wisdom, they are of an indistinct muddy color, and so is their skin, unhealthy, sweaty, and ashen. Pinkishness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination that the Grad people have undergone for drinking alcohol and smoking the degenerate tobacco herb, and for eating potato. So, Okay, you ham sandwiched people, all of this alcohol and tobacco and potatoes have just ruined your race. The Kojko, the countless micronationalities of Grad, are all inexplicably obsessed with potatat. The only thing they like more is dividing into microscopic ethnostates, like political amoeba. And the Vacoliers you mentioned, we can say, he says Revacolians, halfway between Type A and the racial cauldron, too mixed to know right from wrong. You tried your degenerate little revolution, which was the single greatest failure committed by humans in our 82,000-year history on this planet. Oh boy. Well, now it's time to learn about the vile C-F race cauldron of pederasty, please. Types C-F are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic maladaptations. They are tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. Your morbid interest in them worries me, he says. Chimeric experiments, we can ask, and he says lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a Mesk woman and a Seminese man, only possible if the mother is Mesk and the father is Seminese. The other way around, they fail to produce offspring. The mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. He looks west ruefully. All they have left is to ride customized motor carriages with hydraulic suspension, listening to aggressive El Mariachi music to vent their impotent despair. Any more, we can ask? Then there is, and he pauses dramatically, the Semino-Coach-Keek Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know about the Semino-Coach-Keek Chimera? It's not an aesthetic sight. Yes, I'm sure. The Kojko, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet the rich man. Racial scientists have toyed with the idea of crossing the Seminese with a Kojko to produce a super worker of Seminese strength and Grad servility. This will never happen. The Seminese and the Kojko may have similar interbreeding problems as the mosquito. We will never know precisely. No Seminese man could maintain an erection in the suffocating potato stench of a Kojko woman. Oh, or Kojka. It ultimately always comes down to sex with these weird skull-crazed weirdos. And we pass an empathy check. There is a strange sadness in his tone, a less than heroic melancholy this time. Well, you seem kind of blue about this, Measurehead. And he says the heart that pumps the hemoglobin is mysterious, and so is its dark will, he answers enigmatically. Enough of these personal matters. Have you been educated to all of the Rasso types now? And we pass an empathy check. He does not seem angry, nor does the woman look affected. She just twirls her hair. Perhaps they've been through this and established an accord. Oh, I'm sure she's heard this speech before about the races. Good grief. Now that we've been through all the types, we can say, do I understand advanced race theory? And he says, you understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You've not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it. Will you let me into the harbor if I do, we can ask? And he says, we will see. Okay, how do I word the mystery? We accept. Thought gained. You need to internalize what you've heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly. Holy cow. We can say, let's go over that funky race classification again. So we have to internalize a thought before he'll let us into the harbor. Or we can try physical instrument. 58% chance. I passed the 19% one. Can I pass the 58? Let's try it. Oh, and I failed it. Oh, how did this happen? Your little fist is in his giant hand and he's squeezing it. It hurts. You must be out of your mind, degenerate drunk, he says. The pressure on your hand becomes unbearable. Say it. I am a degenerate alcoholic. I'm a cop, we can say. Ooh, damaged health. Your fist cracks in his hand like a ripe apple. Pain shoots up into your brain as he's twisting it more and more. The words to the song have changed. Say, I am a violent drunk. All right, I'll say it. I'm a violent drunk. Good. He releases your hand. Now leave before you humiliate your homoerotic organization any further. Wow. Okay, well, we didn't die. We did lose 1 health. These women are obsessed with it. And it's 1 a.m. Well, I could try to internalize advanced race theory. That'll get me through the harbor. But I'm kind of running out of slots here. And I can't unlock anything. Well, I would go sleep, but I can't. Maybe I can sneak onto the harbor somehow. Wasn't there like a back passage I unlocked that allowed me to sneak onto the harbor? Wait, is there anyone inside the Whirling and Rags that I can talk to that I haven't talked to yet? Maybe someone can let me sleep in the room or something. Oh, this game never ceases to surprise. There's this guy, but I talked with him already. Yeah. Are the Hardy Boys gone? Yeah. Ooh, money. It's not enough. I've only got 15. All right, well, there was that back door that we found. Oh, I could go into the tenements. I haven't been into the tenements yet. But I wonder if I can go there with it being night. Have I seen this yet? Perception sight, you see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. Why am I looking at this? Cop habit. You look at everything. What kind of vehicle drove through here? Hard to say. We could try to pass a visual calculus check to reconstruct the movement. Failure. No, these tracks are just not interesting at all. Let the street sweeper just sweep them away. Well, geez. I'm not lucky when I want to be. And we did this already, though, didn't we? Okay. Well, let's head through here. Maybe there was a path in the rooftops that I missed earlier. If not, I'll try the tenements. Because remember, I had to pass a very difficult check to even get in here. Is there like a back door behind here somewhere? Michael says, Ox, sell the bottles at Frida. Oh, okay, but I can't get in there. Because it's dark. I'm in a bad position. I can't go sleep. And I've talked to everybody, so it's hard for time to pass. I gotta wait till like, what, 6 in the morning? I think Frida was closed, but let's go check it out. I should probably start internalizing my master race theory. So let's... Can I get rid of one of these? I could forget it, but it costs a skill point to forget it. Okay, let's go back to Frida's. See if we can get inside. Sleep on the bench? Can you do this in the game? I don't know. Good question. Where was the bench? There. First, let's check out Frites. It's closed. Let's go to the bench, see if we can sleep on the bench. It's the dead of night. Now is not the time for sitting, but for sleeping. It's time to find a bed. Maybe I can find a bed in the tenement. There we go. So we can go inside. Let's knock on the door and see if anyone will answer this late in the morning. Or this early in the morning. Apartment 8, their mailbox is overflowing. Hello. The graffito says a firing squad for the rich. Money. All right. Yeah, what a haul. Oh, I'm $1 away from paying my night's rent. Ooh, what's this? Postcard Boogie Street. This crumpled up postcard depicts an open-air market in Boogie Street 5 years ago. A vendor smiles as dead roosters line his stalls, hung by their feet from canopy. Red blood flows onto the muddy streets. Blurry shadows of people pass. I'm hesitant to sell any of my items because they might come up in dialogue later. The green pen has already come up in dialogue. The door to number 9 is locked. Locked door. You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging furniture. The number on the panel says 10. We can knock. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel the tension on the other side. We hear a woman's shoes. We can knock again. This time, the steps come closer. Who is this? Demands a female voice, wary and tense. This is the police. Open up. Do I have to open the door? You hear the clacking of heels again as the other side walks right up to the door. Her tone is now getting a defensive edge. Do you have a warrant? I'm not obliged to open the door if you don't have a warrant. We can pass a physical instrument check later then. Entering this door seems a physical challenge. Almost. So close. Someone has drawn a 5-pointed star on the wall. This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11. We can examine the padlock. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. We could try knocking. No reply. Leave. Let's get the cutters. Tools. Cutters. It's an interfacing check. Let's put on my interfacing gloves. +1 to interfacing. 92%! Got it! The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud. It should be possible to enter now. A flamboyant poster of a white star, real lithography. Books of critical theory on the monstrosities of capital and such. Photos of revolutionaries posing with guns. Hey! Sumerian lounge jacket. Ooh. Sumerian lounge jacket. This one gives me empathy and hand-eye coordination, though. Well, now I know what to wear if I need conceptualization. I'm just stealing things now. Bust of Krasmazov. A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Krasmazov. A communard lives in this room. We can look around. We gain experience. A poor communard from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet. Whoever lives here needs to learn how the economy actually works. We can stare at the bust. The bust doesn't reply. The hallway behind the door is empty. No one heard your words. Krasmazov was a mass murderer. There's nothing cool about keeping his bust on your nightstand. We can stare at the bust. The bust doesn't reply. The hallway behind the door is empty. No one heard your words. Maybe we should try again during the day when someone could hear our words. This box is filled with cleaning chemicals. Smells of laundry detergent. Hey, Philip Glass the Auditor. Hey, cool. Oh, yeah. +1 to logic, -1 to authority. I'll take it. Tell you what, I think there was something over here that I missed. A note reads, foreclosed by Martinez Realty Associates. Waves crashing in the darkness. A shift in temperature. The air chills around you. Dust settles on the stony floor. We could rub our sides for warmth. A former architect stands before a slice of window, a room plan in her head. A cold wave has made the air in the building stand still and frozen, with temperatures falling down to -20 degrees Celsius. Her face is red from the cold. She's breathing on her fingers, clasping the plan. Traces of sadness are visible in her expression. The plan. Faint pencil lines on paper depict the same place, but a missing eastern wall connects the room with the neighboring apartment. Ideas for arranging the furniture have been jotted down. We can look around ourselves, and we gain 5 experience. It's clean and empty, with new tapestry embellishing the walls. A standard HB graphite pencil has fallen off a 3-legged stool in the middle of the room. We can shiver. Hello? "16 days in coldest April." We can interact with it. In your hand, you hold 16 days of coldest April. by Yekartina Dahl. The cover image shows a row of concrete apartments above which span a black and white rainbow. Feels heavy. Indeed, the book is unusually heavy in your hands, as though the cover were lined with lead. They would do that in Grod. How long is the book anyway, we can ask? You flip through the book, the pages are thinner than you realized, and the type quite small and tightly set. It's nearly 600 pages long. We can look at the back cover. The back cover is dominated by a black and white photograph of the author. What does she look like? She can't be much older than her mid-30s in the photograph, and yet from the cover, the eyes are sad. An old woman stares back. We can start reading. Oh God, how long is this going to take? In cold, detached prose, the author describes a scene from one of the Yugograd riots in the 20s. Youths overrun motor carriages and set trash cans ablaze while heavy armored guardsmen dash in and disperse them in a flurry of baton blows. In excruciating detail, the author describes the socioeconomic conditions that have brought the people of Yugograd into the streets. Centuries of humiliations and despair. And then, during these riots, two young people meet. It would physically hurt you to keep reading. Read 10 more pages. It damages our morale. And it damages our health. Their happiness is fleeting, a cruel jest. The absurdity of the state totally crushes them, and they end up betraying each other. She becomes an officer for the regime, and he, a lens grinder, in Ferderdreich. The end. Good stuff. You loved this. Someone has torn down the wall. Hey! Oh, and I'm almost at 20. Almost there. By the time I get to 20, it's going to be morning. I might as well not even go to bed at that point. An old grocery list on the table. Oh, and I missed it because I was talking. Balcony, what's this? Ooh. Tony J says Ox is getting beaten up by a book. Again. Story of my life. There's the girl.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves, but here you are.
You're in trouble now, little lady, we can say. We cops don't like closed doors or unreachable perches or people having high ground on us. Or we can say, that's right, we evolved.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutations.
And she crosses her arms. We pass a perception check. That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil. Is that heavy fuel oil? What did you think I was using? Aquarelles? This crap is pumped out of the government vehicles. She did it herself, pumped it out. She's proud of it too. Fumes are bad for you. This has to be illegal. Or that's some pretty clever social commentary, we can say. You ain't seen nothing yet, piggy boo. Catch you later, Cindy. Ooh. Back in we go. What is this? Hello. Someone's been sleeping here recently. Probably the girl. Enough coal to last for several winters. Smells of chemicals. 100 tiny feet scurrying beneath the grate. The rats of the city. Pants! Oh yeah, I got pants now. +1 to electrochemistry, -1 to reaction speed. Currently I'm wearing +1 to savoir-faire, or -1 to savoir-faire, +1 to electrochemistry. I need my reaction speed, though, right? What's this? Ooh. I now have enough for the bed. But if I buy it, if I pay my rent, that's all my money. That's everything. Maybe I'll just walk around a bit more. It's kind of nice exploring the city while everyone is asleep. Oxhorn, you need to sleep before 2. Why? What happens at 2? The lock is rusty. You can't get in. Above, tarps flap in the wind. Forgotten hammers and nails rust. Why do I need to sleep at 2? Tony J says, all my money for rent. Welcome to the real world. Yeah. Why can't I sleep on this bed? No one's using it. Eviction notices and missing pets are plastered on top of each other. An old shoe rack, boots, sneakers, and old slippers. Door to apartment 12. A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the door frame with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed to Mr. Undo de Rucher. Your heartbeat quickens, palms go sweaty. The siren of amphetamine is singing you her song. We can knock lightly. No response. The apartment numbers have fallen off the door, leaving the panel with a sticky one-shaped shadow and a marker drawn 2. Good thing you already have chain cutters in your hand. Nothing left to do but snip, snip. Use the chain cutters on the chain. Snip. The cutter goes through them like dead leaves. The links fall to the ground on the door, on the other side of the door. Don't let the quiet fool you. The beast is in there somewhere, ready to rip you to shreds with a broken bottle. And we gain 5 experience interfacing. You just can't. You can just go in now. Ooh, but we got a thought. Suave fair, master investigator. You just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you? It's my duty as a cop to investigate every square inch of this world. Thought gained. Attaboy, the world's secrets were made for you. They wait patiently for you to uncover them. The Jamrock Shuffle. But I don't have enough points to internalize it yet. Let's do a save. Just in case this hurts me. It's empty. Cunho de Rucher is the name on the unfinished homework. Writing desk. A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, sits a small bottle of amphetamine, conveniently equipped with a straw. We can take the speed from the table. Item gained, speed bottle. You pocket the bottle as if it were the most natural thing in the world. We pass an electrochemistry check. Don't wait, celebrate. Blast that crap right here. Take inventory of it once of this boring table crap is done. Blast it before you face the beast de Rucher. You're going to need the encouragement. It's from 2 years ago. Uh-oh. Glossy erotica covers the wall, wrinkled from moisture. The air stinks with something sour. Should I take the bottle? -1 morale. +1 to Motorix, +1 to Psyche. I don't know, man. A pile of clothes. A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stained parka, some towels and a duvet. Some socks, even. In the dark, it looks like a nest. We can slowly reach out our hand. Something underneath there is breathing. It doesn't give a crap that you're a cop. Stop your hand now or you're gonna die. It's not too late. No one's gonna blame you for backing out. You don't have to do this. Just get out. Ah! Come back when they're awake. Yeah, everyone is saying I should come back when they're awake. If I do this, I'm going to get hurt. Ooh. All right. Moss crawls on the bathroom tiles. Actual moss. These shower curtains are covered in some sort of slime. There's a balcony here. Is that Kuno's dad? Yeah, I bet that's Kuno's dad. We should probably see him when he's awake. I don't want him to stab me or something. Whoa, lots of stuff here. A maroon glow of light pollution rises to the east. The breaker box is full of cigarette butts and electric wires. You hear distant traffic. Night is falling on the city. The curtains shift just a little. Someone is watching from within. Just a door. Nothing for you here right now. Someone's grown rosemary, thyme, and a cactus. Here's this guy again.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
The young man on the balcony gives you a bright smile before taking another drag from his cigarette. It feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood tonight. And his shirt is still unbuttoned. Yes, the cleaning lady let me in. She also led me to your apartment.
Beautiful.
He replies, smiling. As he looks at you, something sparkles in his eye.
So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
That's what I'm aiming for, yes. Or honestly, I'm just trying not to screw anything up. Or I'm not going to make things right. I'm going to make them spectacular. Or we can ignore his question. I was hoping to talk to a possible witness. Your balcony overlooks the murder scene. Let's be polite and answer his question.
Beautiful.
He says again. A nearby street lamp casts shadows on his chin, drawing out the slender cheekbones.
I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you, and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
He nods towards door 28. Is it Friday tonight? It feels like a Friday. Yeah, it does feel like the end of the week. Such gentle weather. Why would I want to meet your friend, we can ask. Trust me, you do. Very well, I'll talk to him. But first, I want to talk to you. I have so many questions. That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me. He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark, and the neighboring windows have lit up one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush. Besides, I've got to run. He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad. But I just found you again. Just look at it. He gestures towards the distant motorways, all leading to Gold and La Delta. It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay in on a night like this? He's right. Only losers go to bed early. Time to break out the booze. A man on high heels stumbles out of a basement club, music blasting over the entire district. It's chilly, and the chemicals hits his nervous system. 1,000 shivers ripple through your body. Only if you promise that we'll talk again. It's important, we can say. And he says, we'll talk, the smoker assures you, brushing his hand through his hair. Just not tonight. And we gain experience. All right, take care, all right, he says with another disarming smile before slipping off into the night. Well, I should probably unlock another... Oh, I don't have enough. I can't unlock another one. Oh my gosh, I don't have much time. I've got 15 minutes. Let's knock. 28. A door to be remembered. And in we go. Let's do a hard save here. Before we talk to the gent, let's look around a bit. A quarterly business magazine. We're just going to rifle through all of his belongings and steal some of his clothing. A dragon skin silk robe. +1 to drama, +1 to electrochemistry. This is +1 to empathy, +1 to hand-eye coordination. Looks good. Drama and electrochemistry, but I really like that jacket I got. An old photo of the same apartment dated year 01. Expensive men's perfume lingers in the air. Buckets of paint on an old layer of newspaper. An exquisite canopy bed made of metal. And under the bed we find a conical hat. +1 to logic, -1 to suggestion. This is +1 to encyclopedia with no detriments. Let's go in his bathroom. Looks like a workshop. Dishes soaked up in a pot. An empty ashtray. Flyers for underground parties. Dates for open lectures at a local university. All right, let's talk to him.
Officers of the Reversal Citizens Militia.
The man in a business casual removes his cufflinks. You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason, you feel this man is your superior. Superior? But he's not in the command chain.
My name is Charles Villedron. I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stability on assignment from Sir Leclerc.
Oh, okay.
I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I'm here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
No. First, ask an innocuous personal question to get the interview off on the right foot. Yes, make it clear you're the one setting the terms here. Yeah, let's screw with him. Who does he think he is assisting you? Before we go, we can show him this silk robe that we stole. Before we go, tell me where you got this beautiful silk robe from.
Oh, we got it from an atelier in the East Delta Commerce Center. Personally, I think it's a little culturally insensitive, but the material is great. Sadly, the shop is now out of business. That's really all I can tell you about it.
He forms a little rooftop with his fingers. Cold air sweeps in from the balcony. I guess he doesn't mind that we just took it. That didn't work at all, says authority. What was that? You were supposed to screw with him, not compliment on him on his decor. You actually witnessed the lynching? I'm sorry to say I did, officer. The man gives a solemn nod. Is it because you did it? We start from the beginning, if you don't mind. Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play. You meaning it was entertaining? No, the man shakes his head. I mean, it was so strange I could barely believe what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body, and then I saw all of the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this. Who were they? Can you describe them? I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them, but they were very loud and very Martinez. He pauses, looking for the right wording. Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanities. How many of them were there, we can ask, and he says, I couldn't tell you exactly, less than 10, maybe 8. Were any of them huge, like 200 kilograms huge? And he says, that's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human, so far as I can tell. Did any of them look like drummers, we can ask? And he says, drummers? Why, no. But then I don't know what a drummer is supposed to look like. What happened next, we can ask. I went back inside. Half-light. Yes, back inside. Keep yourself safe from the killing. Wait, so you didn't actually see the lynching happen? And he says, officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man. Were they men? Women? All men, I presume, but again, I couldn't see very clearly what ethnicity were they. I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Areopagites among them, and I'm quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent. What happened next? Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching. What do you mean nothing happened? They lynched the guy. Eventually their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything. Well, we remember that the guy had a bullet lodged in his brain, and it appeared to be self-inflicted, so the body was dead when they brought it to the tree. You're right, that does sound strange, we can say. And he says, I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add. Can you at least tell me when it happened, we can ask? And he says, all I can say is that it was late. So let me get this straight. You didn't actually witness the hanging itself, did you? And he says, no, I didn't see the corpse until the following day. All right, well, we gained 10 points by finishing the interview. Of course, anything I can add? What was the official like? What is an official like you doing in Martinaise? And he says the coalition is only looking out for the presse stabilité. He raises an index finger. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease, blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight. Okay, but what are you doing here in this apartment? And he says, well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. He smiles. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here. So you're some kind of bureaucrat, we can say? And he says, yes. As I said before, I'm a commissioner from Sur-le-Clef, working for the Institute of Price Stabilité. He glances at his watch. This is one of the main projects of the moral intern. What is the international community, we can ask? And he says, La Communauté Internationale is what Revicolians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution. What is the Price Stabilité? And he says, it is the most important thing. That doesn't tell me anything, we can say. And he says, it's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stabilité is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment, which is essential for maintaining the social stabilité. How does this benefit us exactly, we can ask? And he says, take your daily bread, par exemple. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stabilité works to keep inflation just below 2%. Below 2% of what, we can ask? And he says, but not too far below. No, too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%. You're not answering my questions at all, we can say. And he says the coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the presse stabilité. Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet? Yeah, give me a leaflet. A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the moral intern. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. He pats his pockets. But I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the moral intern's commitment to transparency. I've heard about this moral intern before, but I want to know more, we can say. And he says it's the International Organization for Moralists. Hence, Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the coalition. Are you a moralist, we can ask? And he says, but of course. And we say, am I a moralist? And he says, well, do you have freedom? Do you believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values? But what is normal, stable world, we can say? And he says, the Occident is part of the normal world. Orange sur la clef. Martinaise doesn't seem very normal or stable to me, we can say. And he says, Martinaise? No, Martinaise is something else. What about the rest of Revicol? Is it part of the normal world, we can ask? And he says, Revicol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy, but they're working towards it. You're all doing very well, relatively speaking. He gives you an approving nod. I don't think I'm a moralist. Moralism sounds incredibly boring. I want more action. Moralism is the ideology of foreign occupiers. Revocol must be governed by Revocolians. Democracy is a meaningless sham as long as the working class is under the boot heel of capital. Or it's like every time I'm talking to people, I'm choosing option D. None of the above. Is that moralism? Let's try that. And we gain 1 morale. Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer? Yes, everything else is super extreme. It's like I'm living with a bunch of lunatics. And he says, sounds like you're a moralist indeed, my friend. Welcome. Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic, and level-headed. An ideology for doers. Are you a doer, my friend? It looks to me you are. Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there something else you wanted to ask? Tell me about Sur-le-Clef. And he says, what is there to say? Sur-le-Clef is a modern urbanized country that measures very high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Mostly, though, it's known as the executive heart of the EPIS. Moreover, it's a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revocol is only one of its many darlings, whose progress it supports and cherishes. What makes Revocol Sur-le-Clef's darling, we can ask, and he says because a great percentage of Revocol's culture hails from Sur-le-Clef. Its language, its people, its cuisine, or at least in the downtrodden, or in the downtown La Delta areas. We pass a perception check. Jamrock and other parts of International Zone have been mercifully spared of Sur-le-Clef's love of meatball and mashed potatoes. Tell me about Orange. Orange is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of EPIS, contributes 28% of our annual budget. Next to Sur-le-Clef, Orange is probably the most prominent member of the international community. Which of them is more EPIS? We can ask, and he says, as founding members, they are both very EPIS. Orange carries a lot of political weight, while Sur-le-Clef takes care of the business side of things. Sur-le-Clef hosts the headquarters of the major EPIS institutions. Okay, but outside of the EPIS, what is Orange? Orange's economy is one of the most advanced in the world and has successfully transitioned from heavy industry to advanced services and generally acts as an engine for sustainable change in the international community. Can't you just talk like a normal person? We can ask. And he says, about what? And we say, about Orange. Just tell me what it's like there. And he says, oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean. Their horse cars run on time. The people are polite and efficient. Like I said, they're an example for less emerged nations to follow. All right, enough business. Let's talk about something else. Whatever you wish, officer. Can you tell me about your friend, we can say. And he says, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Cadera, and life has not been easy for him, but he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's what matters. What's Kedra, we can ask, and he says Kedra is a candidate member of the EPIS, but between you and me, their potential membership is more a contentious issue. What do you mean, we can say, and he says that it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21 and it's been pending ever since. What's this EPIS thing you keep talking about? But that doesn't tell me anything about Kedra itself. Is it warm there, cold, something in between? And he says it's warm, and he nods. It's also known for its mandarin trees and dust storms from Supramundi. Kedra's an emerging market, but it still has a long way to go. Maybe that's why my friend's ménager decided to emigrate. How did you two even become friends, we can ask. And he says, how did any of us become friends? Bad things happen on the Insulindian Insula. Oil platforms ablaze in the night, civil wars lasting for years. Finally, the international community is forced to step in. Two options. What are you talking about? No one becomes friends that way. Or you're describing how a coalition occupied Revocol. Let's do number one. Au contraire, he says. It's how millions of people end up where they are, meeting the people they meet. It's how I came here, and my friend too. You still haven't told me who he is. And he says, sorry, who? The man throws a quick glance at his watch. Your friend, Martin Martinez, or your friend, the smoker on the balcony. We were just talking about him. And he says, but I told you, officer, he's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially in the arts. It's a cornerstone of our civilization. Fine, but what's his real name, we can say? And he says, officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right? Please don't put me in this situation. So all you can tell me about him is that he's here to study the arts. He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes. Which arts, we can ask, and he says he's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts, perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him. Well, what are you doing in his apartment by yourself? And he says, I'm just enjoying the view. The man smiles, nodding to the windows. The view, but it's dark outside, we can say, and he says, listen. And he raises his hand. A baby is crying in the neighboring apartment. Someone's baby is crying. No, listen, he says again, looking outside the Insulindian Bay. What about it? This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolutions. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without a private bathroom or a kitchen. But the million real view stays. You can't take that away. He knocks on the balcony door, his face mirrored in the darkening glass. I was asking about your friend, and he says my friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's a busy bee. And that's it. A moment, officer, he says before we leave. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have a chance to speak again once you leave. Oh! Hold on, why can't we talk later? We can say, and he says, it's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. He pauses, and I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well. Well, we have no other option to leave. I'm not going anywhere. I just want to take a look around the apartment, and we can leave. And he says, sure, go ahead. It's a beautiful space, and he glances at his watch. Let me know if you have any further questions. Well, we've already looted the entire apartment. Let's see if there's anything more.
Was there anything else?
I don't want to accuse him of murder, but I do want to explore the other dialogue options. And we went through all of these. Okay. Well, I guess we won't see him again, but we got some answers, I guess. None that really help us solve the case, though. We're trying to figure out why this guy was already dead when they hung him, and why they would want to hang a corpse. But sadly, I'm completely out of time, so I'm going to save the game. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to end day 5 of Disco Elysium. Thank you for joining me for this Monday live stream. Hope you had a good time. I did as well. We've pretty much explored this entire section, and I'm looking forward to moving on to the next one. But first, we have to finish exploring the tenements, and maybe we'll find a place to sleep. Now, this week is going to be a peculiar week, because there are two things happening this week that I want to explore. First is the AWE expansion for Control, which I want to play. And I know it's probably going to take more than one live stream to finish it, so that may take up much of the week. Then Wasteland 3 is being released. I don't know if it's a game I want to do every single week, but I do kind of want to explore it, so I might get it and play it for maybe one stream on the program, see how it does, see how you like it. It's an isometric RPG like Disco Elysium, and it's made by Brian Fargo, one of the original creators of the first Fallout. So it should be pretty interesting. Maybe we'll try that. But, so that means that I might not do Horizon Zero Dawn, and I might not do Witcher while I'm playing these other games. That's my plan for the week. Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts are on that. I'm going to try and get a lore video done for the weekend. We'll see, crossing my fingers. Aside from that, have a wonderful rest of your Monday, and I'll see you very soon later this week with more live streams and hopefully at least one lore video. Bye-bye now.